filled soon. I again would like to thank the Department of Personnel and Administration for hosting us today. We appreciate your help in setting this up and using your space while our boardroom is under renovation. Members of the public, since we are not in our own room, will need to be respectful of the schedule here, operating hours in this building. The building closes at 5 o'clock and we'll need to be finished with today's agenda. It should work out just fine. We're hoping to be back in our space next month. We said that last month. Hope springs eternal. And we'll just see. Send us good wishes for a lot of construction because it's looking pretty rugged right now. Before we move to the official meeting, I'd like to briefly acknowledge the news that our commissioner shared with us in December, that she'll be stepping down from this role in July. There'll be plenty of time in the future to celebrate her service, but I do want to publicly, on behalf of all of us, thank her personally right now and say how much we've enjoyed a really long, committed tenure from you. Thank you so much. So, Ms. Maramba, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham.
Here.
Board Member Skarziga.
Here.
Board Member Esser. Here. Board Member McClellan.
Here.
Board Member Plomer.
Here.
Board Member Shekel.
Here.
Board Member Schroeder.
Here.
Board Member Solis.
Here.
You have a
Thank you.
quorum.
All right. Pledge of Allegiance, please join me.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So the first order of business this morning is the election for the chair and vice chair for the 2-year period pursuant to Colorado Revised Statutes 22-2-105, paren 4. Per our operating procedures, all nominations shall require a second, and a nominee must be present or have given written consent. No member may make more than one nomination, nor more than one nomination for each office unless the chair reopens the nomination process. No member may both nominate and second any individual candidate. The election, as defined in our operating procedures, is as follows. Election shall be by written ballot, except in the case of a single nominee for an office, when an election may be voice vote. And if there's not a majority vote and the chair is not elected after 5 ballots, the immediate past chair will serve until a new chair can be duly elected. Colleagues, if there's more than one nomination, Ms. Maramba will hand us paper ballots for voting. Are there any questions before I ask for a nomination? All right, may I have a nomination, please, for chair?
Madam Chair, I nominate Board Member Rebecca McClellan for Chair of the State Board of Education.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any other nominations, colleagues? Seeing none and hearing none, the motion on the floor is to nominate Board Member Rebecca McClellan for the Chair of the State Board of Education, made by Board Member Skarziga and seconded by, and I actually couldn't hear who that was. Rhonda Scalise. Thank you. According to operating procedures, when we have only one nomination, we still need to approve by a voice vote. All who are in favor say aye. Aye. All who are opposed say nay. Thank you. By voice vote, our new chair is Rebecca McClellan. Congratulations, Board Member McClellan. We now have a second nomination. We now want to conduct the same process for vice chair. Do I have a nomination for vice chair?
Madam Chair, I'd like to nominate Dr. Skarziga for Vice Chair.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Either one.
Kathy? Okay. I have a nomination of Board Member Skarziga for Vice Chair of the State Board of Education, seconded by Board Member Plomer. Do I have other nominations for Vice Chair? Seeing none and hearing none, the motion on the floor is to nominate Board Member Dr. Lisa Skarziga for Vice Chair of the State Board of Education, made by Board Member McClellan. Board Member Esser seconded by Board Member Plummer. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. Thank you. By voice vote, we have a new vice chair, Dr. Lisa Escarzaga. Congratulations. Dr. Escarzaga. So we are going to take a short 10-minute recess to reassemble ourselves.
Madam
the
Chair,
table. Yep.
before we take the short recess, just a point of privilege would be lovely.
Go ahead.
I would just want to thank you and Vice Chair Durham for their service, for the long-running service of being chair and vice chair. It's, as Board Member McClellan and Escarzaga will find out, it's a lot of extra work. And you both have led this board in a really great way, so I really appreciate it. And I just want to give you a little token of my appreciation. It's always very helpful as commissioner to have a strong board chair and vice chair. And so I will say other things later, but we have a meeting to get to. So want to just give you a few things.
Thank you.
Board Member Durham gets a coffee card because he but he likes coffee, so.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we will take a quick break, folks. I will try to find a vase.
I
We
have
will-
one behind. We'll just put it back in there,
thank
but
you.
I had to do the, thing.
Yeah, oh, good. Okay, and we'll just shift here for a few moments.
I want to thank my board colleagues for this opportunity to serve as chair of the state board. I'm honored that you've entrusted me to serve in this leadership role, and I'm excited to work with each and every one of you on the challenges ahead. I also want to thank Angelica and Steve for their many years of outstanding service as chair and vice chair of this board. You've devoted countless hours to the service of this board and to the students and educators of Colorado. You've done a tremendous job leading us and helping us to find common ground and keeping students' best interests at heart. I have so appreciated your leadership, and I've learned a lot from each of you, and I look forward to continuing to work with both of you. Again, thank you so much for your service. Our next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Can I have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Dr. Esser?
I move to approve the agenda as published.
And do I need a second for this one? Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All right, can we do a voice vote, or do we need to do a roll call?
Voice.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. All right. And the next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Can I get a motion for the approval of the consent agenda?
Sure, I move to approve items 7.01 to 7.12 on the consent agenda as published in board docs.
That's a proper motion. Can I have a second?
Second.
And do we have any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Durham?
I'd like to remove items 7.01 to 7.07, just for a little discussion in the executive session and some ability to review some executive content.
Okay, so we are removing items 7.01 through 7.07. Any other items of concern?
Or just those two?
Through them.
Through them.
Any other items of concern?
Madam Chair, I just had a question about item 7.10. I'm not removing it, but at some point I just have a question for CDE staff.
Okay, I think we're going to be revisiting that one. That was part of the grouping captured by Mr. Durham's request to have those.
7.10.
7.10.
Oh, he had 7.10, not, okay, got it. So you had 7.10?
Yes.
Dr. Scheffel? Okay. And did you want to pull that?
No, I just had a question.
Okay. Is staff prepared to field a question on item 7.10?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll ask Dr. O'Neill to come forward.
Okay.
My question is just, could you just frame the context for that shift? I know we've shifted from the place to the praxis, but if you could just give context for why we're making that change at this point. Is it is a better test, more science of reading, or just shifting place to praxis?
Okay, so this, Madam Chair,
Yes, Dr. O'Neill.
thank you. First of all, this is the replacement praxis for the reading specialist. So we're still within that praxis content. And with that, I will go ahead and let Ms. Bivens talk a little bit about why we've made that shift today
Right.
with the reading specialist.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. We had, the exam was reconstituted by ETS last year. We waited to select the new exam because we were revisioning this fall. We brought forward rules to the board and we updated the reading specialist endorsement standards. So we've taken the time since the board adopted those new standards to do the crosswalk and make sure this exam, this new reconstituted exam, meets our standards, and they have. And so we are ready to adopt it. It is not a mandatory test. It's just an optional test if programs choose to use it.
That helps, so better alignment with our standards.
Absolutely.
Great, thank you so much.
So Dr. Scheffel, I'm assuming we're okay to leave item 7.10 on the
Yes,
consent?
yes.
Okay, very good.
Madam Chair, as long as Dr. O'Neill's there, could I ask a question? I didn't get the summary sheet. I can't seem to find the summary sheet we used to get on the disciplinary actions. Could you, before, it's not on mine, I can't
Ma-
see
Yeah.
it. Maybe just somebody get me a hard copy before the executive session. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I will make sure and print a copy right away and get it to you.
Thank you.
You bet.
All right, any other items of concern before we vote on the consent agenda?
Madam Chair,
Oh, Dr. Esser?
I just have a question. So we have, Member Durham has pulled 7.01 through 7.07, the disciplinary proceedings.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Very good. Hearing no other concerns or no other items to be pulled, Ms. Marama, would you read the roll?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Escarga.
Yes?
Board Member Esser.
Yes?
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Plomer.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
Board Member Solis.
Yes.
That passes 8-0.
Thank you, Ms. Miranda. But the next item on our agenda is the Office of the State Board of Education.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Commissioner Anthus. And thank you all the members of the public joining us today. Before I start my report, I'd like to take just a short opportunity to publicly thank the board for my extended maternity leave, as well as thanking two amazing women who have stepped up to fill out while I was out. Busy and Michelle, thank you for making everything run smoothly while I was on leave. I'm getting emotional, sorry. You know, it's really an amazing gift to be able to be with my child and purely focus on him and know that everything is being taken care of. All right, now board business. Okay. All documents for this meeting can be found on Board Docs, and links to the Board Docs can be found in the public notice as well as our website. Board members, just a reminder to speak into those microphones. And then there are some upcoming events. The State of the State address is on January 17th. Our CASE Winter Leadership Conference is February 22nd through 23rd. There's no CASB Winter Legislative Conference, and the NASB Legislative Conference is March 19th through 21st in DC. Please let us know if you need help with registering for those events. Lastly, unfortunately, as you've mentioned, our boardroom is still under construction. We're hoping to be back in February. The team is working diligently to make this happen. I'll know more next week if February is going to happen. So please know that I have some contingency plans in the works, and then I will update you guys as I know more. And Madam Chair, that concludes my report today.
Thank you, Ms. Maramba. And the next item on our agenda is, and we're very glad to have you back and grateful for the wonderful help we've had during your leave. So fantastic, thank you. The next item on our agenda is the Commissioner's Report. Dr. Anthus?
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Vice Chair, welcome to your new roles. I actually don't have too much to update you on because we did have some holidays since the last board meeting, and so our wonderful staff took some time off, and I took some time off, and so I don't have too much to report. I will be with some of the staff leading the SMART Act hearing on Friday in front of the House and Senate Ed Committee. You all are welcome to come to that. The timing, I think Ms. Mello will talk a little bit about that, but the timing is not exactly certain. The SMART Acts have multiple agencies going, and it starts at 1:30, but I don't think we're the first agency to go, so I don't exactly know when CDE will be up, but that will happen on Friday over at the Capitol. As you'll hear, legislative session started, and many of you were also at the inauguration yesterday. So those were the main updates that I have, but I did want to just also take a minute to welcome our two new board members, Board Member Solis and Board Member Plomer. Getting that all handy, and I just have some flowers to welcome you all to. So congratulations and welcome to the board. And little cards. And then we'll probably have to get them right back because I have a base. But you can at least smell them for a minute. And then it's a long walk over to you. I'm getting my steps. So. Welcome to the board. Yes.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Commissioner. The next item on our agenda is public comment. And do we have anyone signed up? Looks like we do. I didn't break this whole thing. Okay. So the board will now hold public comment. Each individual is limited to 3 minutes, and Ms. Maramba will let you know when your time is up. Before we begin, I want to share guidelines on how the board conducts public comment, which are posted on our website. Additionally, I'll provide a brief overview prior to the start of public comment. Registration for public comment opens a half hour prior to the start of the board meeting. I'll call on speakers in the order in which they are registered. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and time will be monitored by staff using a timer. When that time expired, the speaker is permitted to complete a sentence but should make no further remarks. I may extend the agenda item or limit the time available for public comment. At the chair's discretion, public comment may be closed or reopened at a later time and date to be announced. Public comment submissions may not be related to personnel matters or quasi-judicial issues pending before the board, matters related to accountability clock hearings or charter school appeals. Written public comment is an option available and is not subject to the same time and location constraints. Any written public comment that is submitted via email will be uploaded to board docs. All meetings are recorded, and these recordings are available on the State Board website as part of the permanent public record. Signs, banners, or other distracting items are not allowed in the board meetings, and staff will ask you to leave materials outside the room, or you may be asked to leave. All speakers and those in attendance shall conduct themselves in a non-disruptive manner. Cheering, snapping, clapping, and other distractions are not allowed during or upon completion of any public comment. State board members do not respond to public comments during this segment of the board meeting. And what I have today for the first sign-up is Jason Malberg.
Good morning. My name is Jason Malmberg. I'm a 20-year educator with the Adams 14 School District. I'm currently serving as the president of the Classroom Teachers Association in Adams 14. I want to take a moment to thank all of you who are returning board members. Thank you for your ongoing service to the children of the state. And I want to welcome the new members, Palmer and Solis. It is no small thing to dedicate oneself to overseeing what I feel is our democracy's most essential public good, equal access to a free public education. I delivered some notes from some educators that are in the classroom all over the state. In a moment, you're going to hear from some families and students from my district in Commerce City. The task, I'm excited to see where you guys go with this new makeup of the board and what new ideas are put forth to address some of our challenges in the state. And those challenges are many. We continue to languish towards the bottom of this country in investment in public education as a state. And we feel the effects of that in the classroom. And I'm excited to see what ideas come forth in mounting those problems. How do we address environmental racism in communities that look like ours? How do we address linguistic discrepancies in testing? How do we address some of these fundamental problems that our students and our families are facing every day? But again, I just want to say thank you to everybody here for dedicating themselves to this. There is no higher calling in my eyes. So thank you all, and have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you, Mr. Malmberg. The next speaker is Elizabeth Rivas.
Because I did this speech in Spanish. This is the English Buenos días. Mi nombre es Elizabeth y estoy aquí representando a la comunidad de Adams 14, junto con algunas compañeras madres del Distrito 14. Mi motivo principal es hacer entrega de estas tarjetas que los estudiantes desde kinder hasta el 12º grado de Adams 14 han escrito con sus sueños y metas, para que las lean y tomen en cuenta las voces de los principales afectados por las decisiones de la Junta Estatal de Educación. Me gustaría mencionar la importancia de que nuestras escuelas permanezcan ubicadas y manejadas localmente, porque creo que la escuela tiene un papel primordial en la vida de los niños. Ahí encuentran una segunda casa donde se sienten seguros, escuchados y apoyados, guiados para obtener las herramientas para su desarrollo académico, social y afectivo, además de que les permite desarrollar un sentimiento de pertenencia a la comunidad. Otro beneficio de Adams 14 es que tenga sus escuelas programas duales y bilingües en una comunidad que así lo requiere. Por su composición, más de la mitad de los estudiantes bilingües y con la facilidad de caminar para llegar a ellas. Y ahora cedo la palabra a mi hija que viene a dar su testimonio.
Hola, me llamo Citlali. Tengo 8 años y estoy en segundo grado en la escuela primaria Kemp, en el programa bilingüe. Me gusta mucho mi escuela porque todos me ayudan a aprender. Lo que más me gusta es mi clase de ciencias porque estoy aprendiendo cómo se puede derretir un metal y convertirse en líquido. Estos son los estados de la materia y estoy muy interesada. Another thing I like is that I can read books in Spanish and English because I am bilingual and I think my brain is smarter. I can understand my mom and my teachers. Now I'm interested in learning Chinese. I do it in my spare time at home. My dream is to be a doctor and speak more than 3 languages to be able to help more people. I have a little brother who is in kindergarten and he is also bilingual. He's learning to read in both languages and I really like that. Muchas gracias.
Después de escuchar a Citlali, me gustaría cerrar nuestra participación compartiendo una preocupación más con respecto a la reorganización y tomaran en cuenta para revertir su decisión. Creo que existen amenazas para nuestra comunidad por futuras acciones de la reorganización que hasta el momento no han sido explicadas claramente por la Junta Estatal de Educación, y es que en este proceso se pierdan estudiantes, que se les niegue el derecho de la educación que les corresponde. Agradezco por el tiempo otorgado y espero que este mensaje de los estudiantes, familias y miembros de la comunidad sea tomado en cuenta en las futuras decisiones para Adams 14 por la Junta Estatal de Educación. Gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Rivas. Do we have any other members of the public who would like to give public comment? Seeing none, I will move on to the next item on our agenda. And the next item on our agenda is a legislative update from our legislative liaison. Our legislative liaison, Jennifer Mello, is here with us to provide an update on what's going on at the Capitol, along with our recently hired in-house senior legislative advisor, Ms. Shelby Conkle. Ms. Conkle, welcome. We know you're only 6 days in with CDE and the State Board, and we're excited to get to work with you during this session ahead. And Ms. Mello, what do you have for us today?
Well, first of all, congratulations on elections and re-elections and appointments and being here. It is always a deep pleasure for me to work with you all, and I'm excited that there's even more of you for me to work with now. I did want to just start by introducing Shelby. I think some of you have met her individually. She and I will be working very closely together. To your point, Madam Chair, she's only 6 days in, so we don't want to put too much pressure on her today, but she's already doing an amazing job. And I think I and everybody who does policy work for you all are really excited by this expansion of our capacity. I think it was a much needed addition, and we're really excited. So welcome, Shelby. Thanks. I think you all probably already know that the legislative session has started because none of you live under rocks. We did start on a Monday this year. I'm curious if anybody knows why we started on Monday instead of Wednesday. I know you didn't know I was going to give you a quiz, did you? Turns out that the Constitution requires the General Assembly to certify the results of an election, which before people get sworn in or inaugurated, which they haven't done for a really long time until this year, because a legislator kind of noticed that and figured that out. And so we used to have inauguration stuff on Tuesday, and then the legislature would start on a Wednesday. Now we have the legislature come in on Monday, they get sworn in, they certify the results, and then everybody else can get inaugurated after that. So there you go. Little civics lesson for today. I sent an email yesterday. I hope you all received it. If there's issues with email addresses and all that, please let me know. With your bill chart, I added a couple more bills this morning that got introduced yesterday. There are 12 bills on the chart already. Yeah, I know, we're off to the races. We're just getting up to speed on all of these. So I'm going to describe a few of them to you in a minute, but I would ask for a little bit of patience and some time while we try to get our arms wrapped around all these different bills and what they mean. Just as a reminder, that bill chart link is live throughout session. You might want to bookmark it. It can be a really helpful tool. It updates on a regular basis. So as I add bills, those obviously get added. And then it will tell you the status of everything. So if a bill's been killed or if a bill has passed committee, all of that is in there. So it's just a really useful tool. Now, Shelby and I are here. If you have questions or the chart's not making sense to you, you can always reach out to us. We're happy to answer those questions. The chart, if you call me at midnight, I won't answer, but you can access the chart at midnight. I'm kind of a 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. person during session. We will get started on our process. I think, it'll be up to your leadership how we're going to review bills, what that process will look like. We've done it a certain way in the past. I don't know if that'll be the same way we do it going forward, but look forward to working with you all on that. We will have a process, I'm sure, and shortly you'll be seeing lots more specific information from Shelby and I on, what bills we're reviewing, all that kind of stuff. We have gotten lots and lots of bills for fiscal notes, so in addition to the 12 that have been introduced, I can tell you there's more coming because we've already gotten those for fiscal note. The SMART hearing is on Friday. We are scheduled to start at 2 o'clock. I highly doubt we will start at 2 o'clock because I don't think they'll start the meeting itself at 1:30, and I don't think the people that are scheduled to go ahead of us will only take a half an hour, but also sometimes we start early. So it's if you really make sure you want to make sure you're there, I would advise being there around 1:30, but you may sit around waiting for a little bit and you may get to learn about, I don't know who's ahead of us. Maybe it's History Colorado or something, so more civics lessons. Let me just pause there. I'm going to talk about a couple of the bills that have been introduced just at a high level in a second, but any questions about just process or general session stuff? No. Okay. So we already have 2 bills around adult education. I think we may see a few more, so it would appear that this is a topic of potentially growing interest from the General Assembly. The first bill is Senate Bill 003. It is a bipartisan bill by Senator Janet Buckner, Senator Bob Gardner, and then Representative Mike Weissman. It creates the Colorado Adult High School Program, which will create a pathway for those 21 and older to attend high school and get a diploma at no cost. Requires the department to partner with a community-based nonprofit. And like I said, more details to follow, but that gives you a little bit of the high-level sense on that one. The second adult education-related bill is Senate Bill 007. This is also a bipartisan bill. Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Catlin and Kipp. This is a little bit more technical. It updates some of the definition of services that adult education providers may offer. It amends the reporting requirements. Interestingly, it allows community colleges to develop minimum graduation requirements for a high school diploma based on, this is the important part, the minimum high school graduation guidelines adopted by the State Board of Education. So it's not a different standard, which I think would be something that would be important to you all. three other bills I thought I would mention real quick. Senate Bill 23 by Representative Holtorf and Senator Janice Rich. Janice Rich is a new senator. She's on the Senate Education Committee. We haven't worked with her a ton in education circles before, but you'll start seeing that name more. She's a Republican from Mesa County. That bill would encourage schools to provide CPR and training in the use of automatic external defibrillators. I almost had to practice saying See, I shouldn't have pushed my luck with that one. Again, I think a little bit interesting. It does require that instruction be included in curriculum if a high school participates in the Colorado Comprehensive Health Education Grant Program. That's a little bit interesting, right? Curriculum is, we don't often talk about curriculum in legislation. That's happening, but it's contingent on participation, which is voluntary in a grant program. So we'll see what people think about that. I think another big trend we're going to see is just mental health and student mental health and educator mental health. I think that's something that lots of legislators are talking about. House Bill 003 requires CDPHE, so not CDE, but the Department of Public Health and Environment, to basically run a program that allows for a mental health assessment for kids 6 through 12 at the beginning of school. It is voluntary for the schools to participate, and parents can opt out, so it's not a requirement. And again, that's run by CDPHE, but that's interesting. And then Senate Bill 004, which is by one of our new senators, Janice Marchman. She's a Democrat from the Loveland area and is vice chair of the Senate Education Committee. It's called Employment of School Mental Health Professionals, and it basically says that schools can employ anyone who has a Colorado license, even if they're not licensed by CDE. So, I'm going to get dangerous here, but school psychologist, for example, right now, in order to be employed in a school, has to have a CDE license. This would say if you have a psychologist license from DORA, that is sufficient. It does, however, include the requirement to do a fingerprint background check. So if they haven't done that as part of the licensure over at DORA, they would have to do that in order to be able to teach in the schools. So like I said, that's just kind of a sampling of the things I thought might be of most interest. There's lots of detail for us to dig into there. We will be working on that with your staff, and that's what I have to say for today.
Thank you, Ms. Mello. Board members, do you have questions?
Yes.
Dr. Schroeder?
Yes. I think it was the first bill you were talking about. Is that associated with Goodwill's effort
Madam Chair.
to create adult high school opportunities? Are those two going together?
Yes, Madam Chair, Board Member Schroeder, yes, I believe that is related. I think they are one of the main advocacy group in support of the bill.
Are there others that you know of?
Not that I know of right now, and I don't think people frankly have had time to get those reports filed, but they are certainly very interested in that particular piece of legislation.
That was shared with some of us, that they're proposing this.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions?
You guys, you're so far apart.
I know.
I can't wait for the new boardroom to be closer together. Please, please, please know that I'm here, Shelby's here, we work for you all. If you've got questions, concerns, whatever, we're here, call us. Again, maybe not after midnight, but we want to be responsive and make sure you have whatever you feel like you need to do your job. So, thank
Very
you.
good. Thank you. All right, and our next item on the agenda is student learning. And we're going to hear an overview of recommendations developed by Facility Schools Model Work Group as required by Senate Bill 21-274. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask Dr. Cobb and Dr. Foster and Ms. Judy Sturman to come forward. I'm not sure. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, and a few others. I apologize. I didn't get the full memo.
Yeah, I apologize.
No worries. So Dr. Cobb, I think we're going to turn it to you first.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Estes, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the board. Let me get my notes organized here. We're here this morning to give you an update on the facility schools working group report as I get myself organized. There we go. So in your materials, you should have a copy of the memo, a copy of the presentation, and a copy of the facility schools work group report. Joined to me at the table to my left is Dr. Paul Foster, and to my right are Judy Sturman, who's the director of the facility schools, as well as two members of the facility schools working group, Callan Ware, who is the special education director with Englewood Public Schools, and Barb Taylor, who is the special education director with the facility schools. This particular presentation is intended to be an information item and to provide some background related to Senate Bill 21-174. If I could get the clicker, thank you, which established a work group that was tasked with developing a sustainable facility school model to better serve students. This doesn't look on. Now it is on. Sure. All right, so as I'm moving on to the third slide, what you'll see is the timeline of this process. This was a process that has been ongoing for quite some time in terms of the overall development of the conversation. When I transition the slides to Dr. Foster, he'll provide some context and background for what allowed for us to arrive at this point and be able to talk with our guests on the right, or my right rather, regarding the working group recommendations. But you can see that this has been a conversation that has gone on, or started rather, since 2019, related to questions that emerge from the Joint Budget Committee analyst. And the slides that you'll be seeing today are in fact related to some of the presentation materials that were presented to the Joint Budget Committee. The working group that has been meeting is outlined in statute. It contains 30 members, and these include school districts, Board of Cooperative Education Services, or BOCES, special education directors, facility schools and facility school board members, Department of Health Care and Policy members, CDE members, Department of Human Services, including Department of Youth Services, as well as General Department of Human Services. And the working group has a number of different tasks and responsibilities that I will turn over here to Dr. Foster in just a second, but as you'll see again, with the high-level responsibilities, they focus on really ensuring that there's an establishment of a working group that really is tasked with making recommendations for that sustainable model. And so Dr. Foster will talk a little bit about the working group and the recommendations that the working group made will be explained by our guests. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Foster at this time, Madam Chair.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. So let me start with talking a little bit about the current state of facilities schools. So what do they do, I think, is a good question for many folks. So facility schools serve approximately 6,000 students per year, and on any given day, they're serving approximately 800 students across the state. Facility schools typically are providing educational services outside of the traditional school setting. They may be students with physical needs, students with behavioral needs, students with mental health needs, or students with really significant special education needs that the home district isn't able to adequately meet. Most of our facility schools are located here in the Front Range. Our current approved facility schools operate as day or residential treatment facilities. Some of them operate actually in a hospital setting. What has really prompted a lot of this discussion over the past years, as Dr. Cobb was indicating, this has been ongoing since 2019, is that within the last 5 years, we've seen a decrease of about 30% in our facility schools. So we've had significant closures. Closures actually go back farther than that, but a pretty steep decline beginning about 5 years ago. And of course, what this does is then it impacts school districts and other placement agencies within the state. It impacts their ability to place students in settings that that student needs in order to receive a free, appropriate public education, as is required under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or other needs that may be identified by school districts or the state. So just very quickly, you can see here where most of our facility schools are located, primarily here in the Denver area on the Front Range. We have one out west and one a little bit south. And this, of course, can be a little tricky when a student may need placement. You know, there may be times that it makes the most sense to send a kid or a child, you know, to a Front Range school, but that can also be hard on the school district and the families if that child, you know, lives on the western slope. So with that, I'm going to introduce Ms. Barb Taylor. Ms. Taylor is a facility school special education director for a number of facility schools across or within the area, within the Denver area, and she'll talk a little bit more about the impact of closures.
So as you can see from the graph, the darker boxes there along the bottom indicate the number of facility schools which have decreased over time. The number of students with the higher needs have stayed the same, but the fewer facility schools mean that there are fewer students within them. Overall, the number of students have not decreased. So where have those students gone? That's what we get a lot of questions about. Districts try to absorb as many as they can with their limited resources. Some of the students attend programs that do not have a CDE-approved facility school, and unfortunately, some of these students are sent out of state to get their educational needs met. One of the questions may be, why have the numbers of facility schools decreased? Mostly because they could not financially stay afloat, and then there was new legislation introduced, namely Families First, that have increased mandatory expectations without increased funding. Many of the facility schools previously were tied to residential programs, and that's what Families First affected the most. And the residential programs helped fund the facility school. But once the residential program closed, so did the facility school. Despite all of this, students still have behavioral, emotional, and social challenges, more than the public schools can accommodate. I'll turn it over to Callan.
Thank you. As Barb explained, our current number of facility schools are not meeting the needs of our most impacted students. So our work group began to look at how to operationally define the groups of students who may need a higher level of support and services that their current public school setting could not provide. We collectively landed on 3 groups of students for whom we felt we could create impactful and sustainable system-level changes. These 3 groups included those students already being served in facility schools, those who qualify to be served in facility schools but are not due to fit, lack of staffing, space, or other factors, of which we know there are at least 181 students across the state, and those who have expanded service needs that may be able to benefit from another kind of school but not necessarily a facility school. Slide 8. As you can see from the Venn diagram, these 3 groups overlap and could get their needs met by expanding the services of facility schools, expanding access to facility schools, and/or expanding criteria to become a facility school in order to have more options for meeting the needs of these students. These definitions then guided our work for creating recommendations, which all fall within 3 buckets: funding, capacity, and a continuum of services. Barb?
So we start with the 2 funding recommendations and 1 capacity recommendation. The first funding recommendation creates a minimum funding level for the costs of each facility school, focusing on the student-facing staff and resources. Predictability and consistency were identified as key factors in facility schools funding. The second funding recommendation seeks to develop a set of shared operational services across interested facility schools. This would take advantage of the economies of scale. The capacity recommendation creates a technical assistance center to provide training and professional development to increase the number of students that can remain in their home district.
The continuum recommendations aim to expand the definition of facility schools to address the disparity between student needs and the existing continuum of services within our facility schools, as well as to collaborate with state-level entities to revise, clarify, and add support for the licensure process to be a facility school, which is currently very burdensome. Finally, we recommend that a facility school work group is maintained in order to evaluate the effectiveness of these recommendations and then advise the state on any necessary adjustments. Paul?
Thank you, Callan. And Madam Chair, board members, Ms. Callan Ware is the Director of Special Education for Inglewood Public Schools. So really there are a couple of significant pieces of law that have helped to drive some of the work of the work group. One is the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. And really what that requires of all states is that, that the state maintain a continuum of services for students with disabilities. That continuum may range from push-in services, where a student gets almost all, if not all of their services within a general education, all the way to intensive services that may only be available through some type of day program or residential facility in which the student gets very intensive services to meet their needs in the IEP and to ensure that the student does receive a free and appropriate public education. The other one, obviously, is Senate Bill 21274, which really initiated and formalized the work group process. And really that legislation charged the creation of a work group. And that work group's primary role was really to address the multifaceted needs of students who need intervention, both through facility schools as well as in-district supports. So again, really just as a quick summary, the recommendations fall into three big buckets. One is funding. And really that goal is to increase or to help ensure and create a sustainable system to ensure appropriate educational services to at-risk students, including students with disabilities within the state. The second one is to expand capacity, and really this is to help support school districts in expanding their ability to meet the needs of students in their home districts. So the answer is not always automatically challenging student, we need to go to a residential or day school program. It's really to support districts in how they can maintain students in their home setting, in their home community, without necessarily having to look outside. And then finally, the expansion of the continuum may include bringing some schools on board that currently exist in Colorado, but don't need or require a DHS licensure. A DHS licensure is currently required before a school can be considered, but this may provide some additional opportunities for schools who have a niche that could really serve students, especially those students with special education needs that may need intensive services through their IEP, but may not need more of a treatment model. So really with that, Madam Chair, that concludes our presentation. And we're happy to respond to any questions you or the board may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the presentation. Board members, what kind of questions do we have? Board Member Plomer.
So thank you for the presentation and the report. It was really thorough, and this is a new area for me to learn about, and I appreciate the meetings that we've had in training. My question is, how many of the recommendations can be done on their own? And can any of the work begin, or do we need new legislation? Obviously, we need funding, but is there anything that can be done just as a matter of course? So I guess I have like three questions in one. Is that permissible to just lump them all together? So, and then if there is legislation, how do you work making sure that any legislator has this report and these recommendations so that they kind of know, make sure we get good guidelines?
Madam Chair. So I think really, most of the recommendations would require legislation. I do think what we can continue to do just from the department, from the Office of Special Education, is continue, and we already have a lot of staff development, professional development, and supports that are offered through our technical assistance side of the house in the Office of Special Education. We tend to provide more across-the-board kinds of supports to districts. Our role really isn't to necessarily dive deep into a particular support for a particular child. We can offer some of that. So I think that is something that we can, that's raised some awareness on our part. I think most of the others, would require some change in legislation. For example, this idea of being able to bring on some existing schools within Colorado that don't have a need for that DHS licensure, that would require a change in legislation. I can tell you that this report was sent, was it mid-November? Mm-hmm. Yeah, the report was sent mid-November to the Joint Budget Committee. This was created at their request, and so I'm assuming that that's being disseminated to the right folks across the street. But there may be others who would be more appropriate to speak to how that happens. So,
Madam Chair.
Commissioner?
Thank you. Yes, and we were required, because the Joint Budget Committee actually asked us to do this report, we were required to present to them on the report. So I did a much shorter, less comprehensive, less good of a job that you just did with the Joint Budget Committee last month. So they got the written report and they got a verbal kind of highlights, shall we say, and we know that this is something that the legislature has been interested in, and so I think they are paying attention to it.
All right, and I could go down the line, or if board members have specific
fine.
questions.
ready.
Dr. Sheffel?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Can you reiterate again why the closures? And then your next question is, where are the students? Why were the closures again?
I'll also defer to some of our guest speakers, but based on what we heard as this work group was beginning to take form and beginning to do its job, we heard on a pretty regular basis from the facility schools themselves that they simply could not afford to continue to stay in business, that they were simply not getting the type of funds they needed to operate their programs. I think that in the report it actually indicates that very few, maybe 2 to 3 of the facility schools actually operate in the black. Most of them are operating in the red. So I will see if Ms. Taylor has additional thoughts of that.
I would just say that, like, for instance, the Families First, when that legislation came through, it was, and just one small part of that was in order to continue to receive funding for residential through Medicaid, then they would have to have a full-time nurse or a nurse on call, which there wasn't any funding associated with that. So quite a few places closed simply because of those type of requirements. And then as a residential place closed, many of those residential students would go to the facility school, and it could no longer exist because of the funding that the economy of scale that they took from the residential. So.
Okay, and then what is the way that we assess the success of these facility schools? Because I think it's a highly restrictive environment, and as you pointed out, we don't really want students in residential schools unless they absolutely have to be there, and then the services have to be exemplary so that there's a reason to be there, and it has to be short-term so they can get out of there. So can you speak to that? What is the quality? How do we ensure that the quality exists, and how do we ensure that these placements are not permanent?
Madam Chair. So right now, that's a big part of what the Office of Facility Schools does. They have staff that actually monitor the schools and work directly with the schools. And so I'm going to let Ms. Sturban speak to that some. I will say that has been a conversation about how that can be strengthened as a part of the work group. To be honest, I think some of the recommendations for the next steps is just to see, are we beginning to see an increase in facility schools? Are they maintaining? But I do know that has been a topic of conversation, what other ways might be available to evaluate student outcomes. But I'll turn it over to Ms. Sturman to talk about what we currently do.
Thank you. Ms. Schiffel, we do have monitoring that we do on the special education side for all of our sites. We also have staff in our unit that provides professional development, follow-up on that. So if there are things identified during the monitoring that are inconsistent or things that need additional support, we have members of our team that go out and provide that support and check in and make sure that those things get put back into place. And that's both on the special education side and on the general education side, both. We do that. And we have monitoring. We also have meetings with our directors on a monthly basis where we're bringing up concerns, ideas, training. So it's a full-time process to make sure that they're doing what they need to be doing. And there's also monitoring on the Department of Human Services side as well, and we collaborate with them on all areas of need.
And then one more question. What do you think of the model? Is the model right? Because when I look at the range of challenges here, physical disabilities, behavioral, mental health, special education, that's a huge range of challenges that you're addressing in that facility. And I think some parents would say, hey, my child has a physical disability, but I don't really want him in a restrictive environment with a lot of kids with mental health issues because it actually could make him worse off. So, I mean, how do you balance that? And what do you think of the model itself? I know there's just a lot of talk about these restrictive environments, and they're really a last resort and theoretically a temporary resort. But what do you make of the range of challenges addressed? How do you ensure that it actually doesn't have the opposite effect?
Madam Chair. So those are excellent questions, Dr. Sheffel, and you're right. It should be the placement, I guess you'd say, of last resort. So if the school districts are making that placement through an IEP team, then they're going to be making child-by-child decisions. And in most cases, there will have been, an effort to provide services within the home district prior to looking at that placement. But there may become a time when that need is just so intense that they do have to look at those placements. So that's a big role of the IEP team to look at that. Of course, parents are part of the IEP team and collaborate in that decision making. We do have a variety of facility schools. We don't have as many as we used to, but typically that's going to be a big part of the role of the school district, is finding the right fit for that child. So I would say typically these aren't parent-generated placements. Again, parents are part of that IEP team that ultimately make that decision. But that's going to be sort of the primary role of the school district as the entity that owns the responsibility to ensure a match in services.
And finally, Madam Chair, one more question. Is it the parent's traditional right through the IEP or through the due process to say, I don't want my child in a residential treatment, period? And then if the team says, but we believe that's the best placement, the parent has to go through dispute and all that.
Yes, board member, that is correct, and certainly that's not what anybody is wanting to happen. The obligation, however, to ensure a free and appropriate public education to the child belongs to the school district, and so they're the ones who are held ultimately responsible, and so they're the ones who have to make that decision. Again, in collaboration with the parent. If a parent does not agree with a decision and due process is filed, then stay put goes into effect, and the school district would not be able to move forward with that placement at that point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Esser?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had, and I should know this, but I don't. I just had a question about funding. These facility schools have more than one area of funding, correct? Meaning it's not just through CDE?
Go ahead.
Anybody?
Yeah, no, I'm just making sure I'm not stepping on anybody here. Yes, Board Member Esser, that is correct. So currently there's PPR that school districts or that facility schools get from basically we flow it through CDE. That is based on student actually being in the chair on that day, and that is available to students with disabilities or IEPs and students without IEPs. There is also tuition costs that is paid by school districts for really those excess costs related to special education services. That is available only to students with disabilities. And I believe the current rate for the PPR is, Judy? 55.05 a day. And did I answer your question?
You did. I was
Okay.
hoping there was some outside funding that flowed into this as well from DHS or another state organization.
Ms. Sturman, do you have some additional information, some additional
Sure.
funding pots?
So from DHS, yes, but that tends to be on the facility side, not necessarily for the school. So what Dr. Foster mentioned was for school only, but DHS and then in some cases Medicaid as well.
Will fund the facility portion or the residential portion?
Depending, yes.
The residential portion. So I have had the experience of placing a child in a facility school. It is not done lightly. The child had by the time we knew we had to do something different at the district, had 2 full-time paras beyond being in one of our SPED classes. And at that point, we just didn't feel we could keep the child safe. And we knew that you have more experience than our SPED teachers. So I just want to acknowledge, I know this is not easy and is very necessary. So thank you very much for the presentation and your work, and I know how hard it is, so thank you.
Dr. Skarzica?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the report. I'm caught up, I feel. So I also, too, have had some background and experience in this from years ago. My question is around the funding, too, and it's funding recommendation A, and that creating that minimum funding level. So I remember that, if I'm right, there was the PPR that was per student actually didn't increase for the longest time, correct? Because it didn't increase like everybody else's, and that's partly why we got in the hole. Now, this recommendation, am I understanding it right, it's to just say, look, school A, we are going to, you have 18 beds or whatever, we're going to fund you at this level, regardless if you have 15, 14, whatever, to make sure you have a minimal amount. Okay, versus a minimal amount per student to ensure that a facility could run. Okay? How's that being received? That I did.
Madam Chair. So we are, we're working quite closely with Amanda Bickle across the street, and we also, the legislation also gave us the ability to contract with an outside group. Dillinger and RAD have been working with us, and we're running several scenarios with them on what that funding model might look like. Ms. Bickle is absolutely doing her job by asking us good questions, hard questions, and making sure that we're really thinking through as many of the contingencies as we can. But that's still sort of in process. But up to date, the folks, at least at the JBC, have continued to talk with us about it.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. I do know that as much as from districts, it's actually parents that I remember hearing so much about trying to find placements for their students, and it is very, very difficult. Even on any of the continuum of needing a bed, it's very difficult. So thank you for everything you do.
I think the commissioner had a follow-up on that.
Yeah, thank you. We have new board members, and also not everybody knows all of the staff over at so Amanda Bickle is a Joint Budget Committee staff member. So she often works with agencies to get questions resolved, answers, technical questions, what did you mean in this report, that sort of thing. So when Dr. Foster talks about working with Amanda Bickle, that's who we're referring to. And then just to be clear, also, this is just sort of for our new board members, our staff will not advocate for any legislation or anything unless this board takes a vote on that, and unless this board puts that forward. What we do is we answer technical questions to Joint Budget Committee staff, to legislative staff, to the governor's office, to legislators. But this is a work group report. So the recommendations that are coming forward are from the work group, and CDE staff the work group. And we support the work group in answering any questions. But so it can get a little confusing because our staff really do have to support these work groups very closely because you all have other jobs. And so we have to do that. But I just wanted to let you know that that's kind of how it works. So if a bill is created, then that will come to you, and you all can determine whether you want to support, monitor, or oppose that bill. And then we change our stance based on how you all respond. So just wanted to give that little highlight.
Correct, thank you. And so the work group has made this recommendation, and that's why I'm wondering, how is it being received over at the Capitol? Yep.
Correct.
Yep, thank you.
Mr. Durham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Foster, many years ago, the courts were very involved in these placements. The last one I remember is the Douglas County case of not too many years ago where I think it was a district court ordered Douglas County to send a child to a particular school, which was extraordinarily expensive, as I recall. How common is judicial involvement in placements at this point in time?
I would say it's fairly rare. I can say that I'm not aware of anything that's happened in my tenure since 2017. And I'm not even aware of any due process complaints and I would want to check that if you'd like for me to dig into it, I certainly can, but I'm not aware of any due process or state complaints even around placement of students in facility schools. So I think I'm pretty safe to say they are pretty rare.
Okay, thank you. And then either for Ms. Taylor or Ms. Ware, when you have a residential facility designed to take care of either severely disabled children or emotionally disturbed children on what I would characterize as a residential child care facility basis, what's really the actual cost per day of a 7-day-a-week? If you're going to have somebody long term, what's your estimate or average cost per day?
Madam Chair. I would have to do some digging, but I know that one of the residential facilities that I worked with a couple of years ago, they were charging for out-of-state placements. They were charging like $6,000 a day, and that was for round the clock and that whole thing. So
$6,000 a day. So, going back into ancient history, when I was on the budget committee 40 years ago, nothing has changed. We had these same issues, and we trying to figure out how to fund what I characterize residential child care facilities in an adequate fashion. So if it's $6,000 a day and we're contributing, what, $55? Was that the? So currently, if we had an in-state placement that required that level of care, where does all the money come from? Does it come from the district? Does it come from another department of Health?
it only comes from the district if the district makes that placement, and very, very rarely do districts make residential placements in state. Sometimes if they can't find a placement in state for a child, they will have to send them out of state and pay the residential. But it comes from DHS mostly, and then a variety. I mean, it could be Medicaid, it could be insurance, it could be, private pay. It's a variety of things.
So the differential here, though, that we have between $55 a day and some continuum of care, even if it's not, let's say it's not an overnight circumstance, but kids that need some significant counseling, that sort of thing. What's that cost a day?
It's usually just put into a package deal. I mean, I can get specifics for you if you want, but it's usually like, it's not like, oh, Callan, the therapist, charges this and this, this is much for food and this much. It's usually just a package deal that they put all together.
And you don't know what the cost of the overall package is?
I don't know, really.
But it certainly beats $55 a day,
exactly.
I would suspect. I think part of the problem we have is that that these numbers are so large that perhaps large districts, metropolitan districts, can handle it based on economies of scale, but rural districts are going to have some other source of funding, I would think. And let me ask then one last sort of more politically difficult question. Dr. Foster, did you follow that recent study that talked about the least restrictive environment perhaps not being academically good for at least a significant number of the children who are what I would characterize as mainstreamed? Did you follow that study?
I know what you're talking about. I haven't looked at it closely, but I don't know that, again, having not read it, I think that is an ongoing, debate about the effectiveness of special education, in its current model.
Yeah, I would appreciate your analysis of that, and sometime perhaps
Sure.
we can talk
I'll be
about
happy to do that.
what you think about that study and whether or not we're actually serving at least the educational needs of children in the
Right.
best possible fashion. Thank you.
Dr. Schroeder?
Thank you. I'd appreciate if you'd share that study with us.
Sure, I'll be happy to get that.
So first of all, I want to thank you for this presentation. I thought it was very thorough and trying to come up with some new ideas and very comprehensive, and I'm really grateful for the kind of work you did. It's a very good study. I, being the accountant that I am, did kind of romp around on the financing issues. And let me try to see if I understand what you're saying. Most of the time now, kids, because it's best for them, don't stay permanently. They come in as needed, and then they go back to their regular classroom situations and may have to come back and forth, et cetera. A facility is paid when they're in, and a facility does not get any money when they're out. And therein lies the rub, because there's no guaranteed financing for the staff that has to be there full-time to have the facility continue. So the variable costs are the extra people that are brought in, but there are some permanent costs that are not being covered. And you're recommending that there be some kind of funding for a facility that is permanent. Are you suggesting that that money comes from the state, from the school district? I mean, I couldn't figure out, because the school district is paying a lot of the funding now, and what you're suggesting is a different funding model, and I couldn't figure out, is this going to save money to the school districts because it will cost them less? What are you thinking, or have we not gotten to that point as to understanding the best way?
Madam Chair. We have not gotten to that point directly.
Okay.
We do know that, yes, districts do pay, and we are hoping that overall this will open new facilities, and districts may be paying the same amount in-state, but we're hoping that we can bring some of the students from out of state back, so that would definitely be a savings there. As far as we call it the baseline funding, which is the first recommendation, I am not totally sure where people are thinking. I don't know if Judy has more.
Madam Chair. So at this point, we're really looking at sort of two big pots of money. So school districts right now already pay tuition cost for special education students. So that we anticipate that will continue.
At a similar rate?
Yes, that's really set annually. We bring that to you
bring
on
that to us, yeah,
right, on
I
an
know.
annual basis. And so those costs may vary. I probably, like everything else is right now, it's probably going to become more expensive. I think one thing that, we need to be mindful of is the local share that school districts already pay for special education costs. They cover about 65 to 70%, maybe even as high as 75% of the cost of special education. So that money will continue. There's no discussion at this point, at least, that we would do away with tuition costs. So what we are what the committee has recommended is additional dollars from the state. And that could continue in the form of some type of adjusted PPR. It may be PPR, and then there's some formula by which the state would determine what's the gap, between what they're getting versus
And this,
what
and
they
this would
actually
be
need.
funding then for the facilities. It would have nothing to do with per student or how many students.
Correct.
It would be dependent on how many facilities
Correct.
are available to
As of
kids.
today, yes, ma'am. Yeah.
As of today. And for out-of-state, I hadn't caught that in my reading, but for out-of-state, is there significantly more funding, and therefore it kind of helps cover?
Well, so if a district has to pay for a student to be out of state, then they would have to pick up the residential and the education cost, which is, what I have heard is significantly more than if they placed a student within a day treatment in state.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
Kind of, but I thought I heard somebody talk about bringing students in from out-of-state and how that would help.
If we have more facilities than those students that they are currently placing out of state because there's not enough room in state,
Oh,
they
okay.
could bring those
They could bring
students
them back. So it's not about, I'm just curious as to whether this shortage that we are experiencing is common around the country. Do you know of other states that have been more successful?
Other states don't do it like we do it.
That's fair, okay.
I mean, I worked with a man who was in Alaska, and he worked in a residential facility, but he was like, it was Anchorage, so it would be like DPS, and then DPS would send their special ed teachers and staff into the facility, and
Oh.
that was his job. So that's how most states do it.
Okay, that's interesting model. If I may just suggest that for a layperson, and I do consider myself a layperson, I got myself all mixed up with all the acronyms. So maybe a little thing in the back, who you are, which organization by name, but then also by their role. Because it looks to me like this particular area of education is not just CDE.
Correct.
It's like everybody with a C in front of their name practically. And that would have helped me a little bit. So the basic funding is funding that we're gonna need a bill for, and you don't know yet how much.
Correct.
Okay. Then there's funding, I think, is being recommended that we have an additional position at CDE, or do we already have that position? I got a little confused when I started listening to you speak, that we in fact do have professional development for our school districts. And that's what's recommended here.
Right.
Help me with that, please.
So, yes, there is, as it stands today, the committee recommends some additional state funding that would support a position that would really very specifically target technical assistance, really primarily to our rural districts, that would support the professional development needs and the other needs that may be associated with a child that would help to maintain that child in their home district. We can leverage the experience that is already at CDE. So we have disability specialists. Basically, if there's a category of disability under IDEA, we have a specialist that can help support that. So the way I would envision that is that that person would help coordinate, identify the needs, support a process by which we get support, to districts, and then leverage what we already have at the department.
Dr. Forster, would that be to districts or to BOCES? Or both?
Well, it'd be both. It'd be to the administrative unit. So that may be a school district. So you might have, Roaring Fork, that's its own administrative unit school district. Or you might have, someone go into one of the BOCES on the eastern side of the state. And it would be really coordinated through the BOCES in that case.
So what made me a little nervous when I read that particular recommendation was, what else can we ask of our staff at the school, at the BOCES? And I don't know whether you thought about that or not, but some of this is very you're talking about training folks to engage in really intensive services for kids so that they don't have to be far away from home. But do districts have those resources, and do BOCES have those resources? Or is that another piece that'll have to be put in our formula that we offer for kids.
Yeah. I think we're already doing it in a lot of our BOCES and in our rural districts, and so.
0.041.
Sorry.
C. Selecting,
Okay.
designing, bidding, customizing, adapting.
There we go. Man, there's the right button.
I'm definitely into adapting.
I think we're already asking some of our staff to do it without the proper training. And so we really need to make sure that we're
Okay.
getting proper training. If
Okay.
we can't place the student, if there isn't a facility school close enough and we can't figure out how to get them to one, this is to increase the amount of support to help them feel confident
So
in
this
what
is
they're
about
doing.
skill set, not
Yeah,
necessarily
for
about
sure.
more time.
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that. That makes me feel a little bit better, because I couldn't figure out how we were going to be able to pull that in. Again, thank you for the report. I really enjoyed reading it.
Board Member Solis? So I think of, as a local board member, trying to financially plan for a district and just what all goes into that, and hearing this process, yes, I can definitely see why there's some people operating in the red. It just doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. One question I had about the existing schools that you can change and actually bring into the process, do you have kind of an estimate of how many are out there?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, yes. So I believe, Judy, we talked, when this sort of became known, you've had about, is it 8? Approximately, yeah, 8 schools who have expressed some interest in this. Obviously, the legislation will have to occur, but there are some schools that have already expressed some interest.
Obviously, these are some really intense positions, and as we do more funding and create more jobs, are there the people to fill the positions?
I believe that is a huge challenge, and I think that's a huge challenge for our districts right now. Special education, qualified special education teachers are in short supply. And because of the demands that occurred during the pandemic, and then just the demands that any special education teacher has to meet on a daily basis, it does create a significant amount of turnover in the field. So that will be an issue. The hope is that if facility schools are better funded, they'll be able to pay a little bit better, and may be able to attract some folks that can stick with it and have the skill set they need.
Well, and I'm assuming there's some conversations probably happening around incentives and things, ideas around trying to get people into these kind of fields and career pathways. Obviously, the need is getting more and more as we are more open to understanding, emotional support that we need for our students. And I can say as a local board member, I was really shocked to hear that districts have to send students out of state for care, and just, that cost that districts, have to incur. I did have a question about charters. If a charter has a student, is it just the whole district that covers that, or what part does the charter play into the fees and the expenses?
Currently, the two sources of charters within Colorado are through CSI or the local school district. The local school district retains the obligation to ensure FAPE, or free appropriate public education. So that if there was a need for that type of placement, that would go back to the district that chartered the school. CSI would own that obligation if it was a CSI school. On the next item on the agenda is going to be talking to you all about rules related to some legislation that passed last spring that could create alternative administrative units made up of charter schools. So in that case, they would own that obligation.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your report. It was very thorough, very overwhelming, to say the least. I can't imagine being in your positions trying to solve this. Hearing Board Member Durham talk about how long, this process has been going and everything's still kind of the same is a little frustrating. So hopefully we can get some headway, and anything that we can do as board members to help support, please let us know. Thank you for your time.
Thank you all, and thank you, board members, for your excellent questions and discussion. I know that when presentations are made to the Joint Budget Committee, they are not in a position to provide instantaneous feedback or a read on what kind of reception various reports or requests or recommendations might make, but I'm curious to know when that comes back around, if we can maybe get a read on what kind of reception this gets across the street. That might be helpful for our legislative liaisons in the event that they want to try to engage on this issue with our board's backing. So thank you so much, and I know two of you will be staying in place for the next agenda item, and this was a rich discussion and much appreciated.
Madam Chair, could I ask
Yes.
just one more question?
Oh, absolutely,
I'm
yes, for
sorry.
follow-ups, Dr. Esser.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of questions. Now we've had the report, we all know we have significant deficits in SPED teachers and specialized teachers, especially for kids who have significant needs. So we know we don't have that. We know that can't be filled by professional development. It's way beyond 45 hours of some special training. What would you hope, so this is probably more for you than you, what would you hope CDE can do to support these kids that oftentimes end up expelled because they don't have the support they need, or in another district, because we all know how that works. And then for Dr. Cobb and Dr. Foster, what can this board do to help with this situation? So just a couple of really easy questions to answer.
So, Madam Chair, board members, I'll start with the second question, which is basically to say that the intent behind the presentation today was to be able to provide the board with background information about this topic. We anticipate that it is going to be a conversation that emerges in the General Assembly in the coming weeks. And so as the conversation begins to start to move forward, just making sure that all members of the board, had the background knowledge, especially since the presentation moved forward to the Joint Budget Committee. So, whatever decision the board makes with respect to legislation when it gets implemented, or when it gets rather introduced, we'll be happy to follow the board's direction. However, when it comes to wish lists and desires, I'll turn that over to my colleagues to let them kind of dream big over here.
Madam Chair, we need more funding. I mean, that's the bottom line. We need money so that we can recruit and retain qualified staff. We need people to want to come into the field and know that they're going to be adequately compensated for all of the hours and tireless work that they put in. The people that are doing these jobs are not short in heart, and it is demanding, and there's just been unprecedented experiences over the last few years that have made this job even harder. And so, I lose very qualified individuals to another district because they're going to get a little bump in salary. And so it comes down to some of those basic, we need funding to support our field.
Thank you, and thank you for saying that on the record. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry to come back in.
No, quite all right, Dr. Esser. Any other follow-up from board members? All right. Thank you all for this presentation, much appreciated. I know Dr. Cobb and Dr. Foster are going to be staying with us for the next item, and I'll give a moment for everyone to get situated. The next item on our agenda will be student learning. It's a notice of rulemaking for the administration of the Exceptional Children's Education Act, ECEA 1 CCR 301-8. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you. As you said, we're just going to turn it back over to Dr. Cobb and Dr. Foster.
Yes, we are. Thank you, Dr. Anthus, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the board. This presentation actually contains two sets of rules, so there will be this item, and then there will be another item as it relates to the notice of rulemaking, but they are both actually related to the same statute, so I wanted to make sure that we were aware of that. The second set of rules, 301-76, is a technical piece. So in your materials, you should have a copy of the memo and a copy of the presentation. You should also have a clean copy of the rules, 301-8, as well as a redlined copy of the rules. As mentioned, Dr. Foster and I are here to present information related to the notice of rulemaking for the Exceptional Children's Educational Act, House Bill 22-1294. And so I will turn it over to Dr. Foster, and he's got the clicker, so he can walk us through this presentation.
I can go the right way. Madam Chair. So it just as a way of kind of giving you some context here, why rulemaking is necessary. Last spring, the General Assembly passed House Bill 22-1294, which is entitled Special Education in Charter Schools. So this House bill allows CDE to designate charter school networks or charter school collaboratives as administrative units for the purpose of providing special education to children with disabilities. So currently, CDE has the authority to designate individual school districts or BOCES as an administrative unit based on a process that's outlined in the current ECEA rules, and then also based on the minimum standards that is set through this board through your rules. So these standards are set forth also in the ECEA rules. So as a result, staff is asking the state board to set a rulemaking hearing for its regularly scheduled meeting in March to consider the rules. In addition to these rules related to House Bill 22-1294, we're also taking the opportunity to do some cleanup in terms of some technical cleanups in the body of the rules, as well as make some changes to the definition for vision impairment. So just to give you a quick overview of the different categories of the change. First change is to eliminate some unnecessary language in ECEA Rule 1.0. And really what you find in that is a very long, I believe 30-year history of why rules have been changed. Our friends in the AG's office have said there's other ways to track that are less cumbersome than having multiple pages of rules. As you probably know, the rules are pretty extensive in and of themselves. So the other primary area is to align ECEA's definition of a child with a vision impairment with the federal definition contained under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. To be transparent, there's some concern that Colorado's definition is more restrictive than the federal definition, and while we can go above and beyond what the feds require, we can't be more restrictive than what's required in federal law. Currently, as I noted, there's a process. The other area of change, there's a process by which traditional administrative units, so our school districts or BOCES, can make application to either reorganize their administrative unit, or a district may choose to want to become its own administrative unit. So there's just some clarifying of timelines just to make it a little easier to communicate those timelines to schools and for us to track on our side. The other one is to establish, then again, back to 22-1294, to really establish the rules pertaining to charter school networks or charter school collaboratives seeking to become administrative units. The other is to establish rules for the duties and responsibilities of these administrative units. And then finally, rules establishing student enrollment in alternative administrative units. Really what that gets into primarily, just so you know, is cost. So right now, districts have the capacity to bill other administrative units in some circumstances. This would essentially say that if a student becomes enrolled in these alternative administrative units, the alternative administrative unit becomes the district of residence as well as the district of attendance, so they would not be able to bill the child's the child's district where mom and dad reside. So just as a quick timeline, we are coming here to request the notice of rulemaking. If you agree, the rulemaking hearing will be in March, and then if necessary, continued into April. So we've already had some stakeholder input from various stakeholders within the charter school system. I've also had a chance to talk some with my advisory committee, the state director's leadership team. I think it's important to know that we will continue once, assuming that you move forward with the rulemaking hearing, we would make sure that we continue to actively seek feedback from our stakeholders. And with that, Madam Chair, that concludes the brief presentation, and happy to respond to any questions from the board.
Thank you, Dr. Foster. And thank you both for the presentation. Does anyone have any questions? And as a reminder, today is our day to start the process for rulemaking. The next time that we have this on the agenda, we'll have a formal hearing and we can dig into the merits of these rules. So before I ask for a motion, do we have any questions at this juncture? Dr. Sheffel?
So are you saying that in terms of the content of the rules, we should hold those questions till the next time we meet?
Unless it's something staff might be able to prepare for you, if it gives them a heads up for something, information that you know you're going to be wanting.
I would just love to discuss the financial impact on charters for becoming administrative units, and also talk a little bit about the definition of visual impairment, so we can do that later, if that's better.
Thank you, Dr. Sheffel. Before we continue, can I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the notice of rulemaking for the administration of the Exceptional Children's Education Act, ECEA 1 CCR 301-8.
That's a proper motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Oh.
Lots of seconds.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All right. Can we please have the roll?
Board Member Durham.
Excused.
Excused.
Board Member Escarska?
Yes.
Board Member Esser?
Yes.
Board Member McClellan?
Yes.
Board Member Plomer?
Yes.
Board Member Sheffel? Yes. Board Member Schroeder?
Yes.
And Board Member Solis?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously.
Thank you. And we'll give a moment before moving on to the next item, which will be 1302, Notice of Rulemaking for the Administration of the Rules of the Development, Expansion, Implementation, and Management of Regional Services, 1 CCR-301, 1 CCR 301-76. Commissioner?
Yes, and we just keep our friends with us here. So Dr. Cobb and Dr. Foster again.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. As I mentioned earlier, Rules 301-76 are related to the prior presentation. The section of the rules here that are being noticed will align rule to statute, basically making a definitional change in order to make that alignment of rule to statute. So the changes here are not quite as comprehensive as it is in the other set of rules. So with that, Madam Chair, that concludes my statement / presentation, and we'll turn it back over to you.
Short and sweet. Thank you for the presentation. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, may I have a motion?
I move to approve the notice of rulemaking for the administration of the rules for the development, expansion, implementation, and management of the regional service areas, 1 CCR 301-76.
That's a proper motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Can we please have the roll?
Board Member Durham? Excused.
Excused.
Board Member Escarska?
Yes.
Board Member Esser?
Yes.
Board Member McClellan?
Yes.
Board Member Plomer?
Yes.
Board Member Sheffel?
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder?
Yes.
Board Member Solis?
Yes.
That passes 7-0 with 1 excused.
Thank you. I'll give a brief moment before our next item. This will be item 14.01. We will have a short presentation and vote on the certification of state share entitlements pursuant to the School Finance Act. And it looks like we're still going to give a moment for our presenters to get settled. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We'll start with the state share entitlements, and so I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Oakes.
You'll need a microphone. So you either move this one or to move down there. Hi, good morning.
So this is a presentation that I do 3 to 4 times a year before you all. And so this is the second time for this fiscal year. And so just a little bit of background. So the School Finance Act every year sets the funding, which is the majority of funding, at least 55%. The Department of Education is responsible for going through this complex formula and doing all of the calculations, and then we bring that to you to certify those calculations for us to make those annual payments to school districts each month. And so we came before you in August, where you certified those payments based upon the estimated projected numbers in the School Finance Act from last session. And so that is what we've been making payments to districts from July through November. And then we have the student October count that's gets us updated student numbers for the actual students that are enrolled during the school year. And we also have updated assessed valuations that come in from counties and districts. And so we incorporate those new information into the formula and then do a recalculation in December. And so we made those payments in December. And so now we're coming to you to certify those updated information for December. Then I'll come back next month for you, because we get maybe 90% of those updated student counts and assessed valuations in time for the December payments. But then there's always the final updates to the pupil count and assessed valuation. So we finalize that mid-year adjustment in January. And so then next month, I'll come back for you to certify payments from January through the rest of the year. Then depending if the legislature makes any supplemental adjustments, I might be back. But otherwise, this will be the final certification for those monthly payments for the rest of the year. So again, today you're going to certify December's payments with most of those mid-year adjustments. Next month, you'll certify the remaining adjustments for the rest of the fiscal year. And so this month, the entitlements is $410.9 million. And so we're asking you to certify those, but I can answer any questions because this is a complex topic.
Thank you, Ms. Oakes. Before we go into discussions and questions, can I have a motion?
Madam Chair? I move to certify the December 2022 state share entitlements to school districts.
Thank you, Dr. Esser. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second. And then I'll go ahead and entertain questions. Who would like to go first? Dr. Skarzica?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This will be a quick question. The document I'm looking at, when it talks about the differences, some of these are really large swings compared to what I'm used to seeing. And I think this is, the document I must be looking at is from 22-23 month. Is it a monthly change that I'm looking at, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a figure here of 219%, which I don't know really is a real figure, right? From a mathematical point of view, I guess it is, but can you explain why some of the large swings?
Yeah.
I know it's true up month, but thank you.
Yeah. And so there are some large differences. And so part of that will be based upon the differences between the projected student counts, and those projections come from Legislative Council, and then the actual student counts that showed up based upon the student October count. So sometimes there's large swings there, or changes in assessed valuation. And so the changes in assessed valuation would result in changes in the local share, which then impacts the state share. And so depending on which district, it's one or the other, or probably more often a combination of those. And over the past several years, we have worked with districts and Legislative Council to say, how can we get these student projection counts better? Because we were hearing that there's lots of, some play in those. Interestingly, what we found out is that Legislative Council has historically done an amazing job about doing projections on a statewide level. So their margin of error from their projections to actuals was very minimal. On a district by district case, that's not necessarily the case. So Legislative Council does a great job with the information that they have on a global level. And so we tried to work on some refinements, but and I think those helped. But in the past 2 or 3 years with the pandemic, we've seen just a lot more variability in those projections. So I think the projections have been more difficult to get right because of all of the impacts of the pandemic. And a lot of that is based upon the free and reduced lunch students, because that is one of it's pupil counts, but it's also the at-risk counts as well. And that's been very difficult to project based upon all of the nuances with having universal free meals, which was a great thing to have kids, being able to eat with the federal funding, but it decreased the incentive to fill out the form. So there's a lot of volatility. Additionally, we've had volatility in assessed valuations, right? Those have gone up. So does that help?
It does. I totally understand. I think it just helps. And were there any errors in the calculations this year? Because I know sometimes it's actually on us that we have miscalculated some of the monies. We've had to pull back or give back.
Yeah.
Is any of that related here? Or
yeah, that is part of it. So there's a couple things. We've had a couple of districts come and say, oh, oops, those student counts were not right. And so there was, in what they submitted, sometimes there's some translation, again, with the at-risk counts where it's in the nutrition system to get into their student October to us. There's been some errors in that from districts that we've seen. We always catch those up through the audit process, but that's in arrears, but we've had districts come forward with that. We also had an error how we pulled in reduced priced lunch kids for a subset of that. So that is part of this as well. And so we've been working, one of the things that over the last year we submitted a request to, or last November, so last November 2022, we asked for a request to have more assistance for school finance because this is, such a complex process and very detailed. And that's gotten more complex over the past years with mill levies and all this other stuff that goes into it. And so one of the things is we're have a new staff person. We're asking for ongoing continuous funding to help with some of those errors on our side. And then also for us to do more real-time checking of the data as it comes in from districts.
So I guess to finalize, these kind of swings aren't ones that they're not unusual from what you've seen historically about this time of the year.
Yes.
That's exactly.
We can see quite a lot of change.
Because those of us who don't have
December
those
and
numbers in our
January.
head depend upon,
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Scheffel? I'm sorry, Schroeder.
Is it always less?
No, it's not always less. So part of that is we did have fewer students, but also the assessed
So that
valuations.
went up.
So when local share goes up, then the state share goes down. And that was a big part of this year.
I would say that if you look to the large school districts, they usually have a staff person who helps to predict the anticipated student count, the student attendance. And those individuals are often very, very close. And again, the distribution, however, of the students among the schools is drastically different.
Yeah.
And so there are lots of complaints, and that individual is criticized heavily, but he or she usually has it right, except that the kids don't necessarily, based on choice, for example, don't necessarily go to the institute, and then the school itself loses FTE. Some of them lose FTE because they don't have enough students. So I'm familiar as a school board member of that being an ongoing issue. How much, I guess there isn't an opportunity for districts to push back when they find out they're going to, some of these, as Dr. Skarska suggested, are big differences.
Yeah, and so I do want to correct something that I said. So the total program from the original bill, the school finance bill, to the supplemental has increased. So there was a total increase of 16.9 million about. But why this went down by almost 12 million, there was a big increase in the local share of 91. So a lot of this is just switching the local share from the state share. So that's the biggest reason, again, is the assessed valuation.
So the districts actually got the same amount of money because they got it from property taxes as opposed to from the state share?
Yes, yep.
Okay.
But with that, as you said, districts, especially the medium or large districts, are very sophisticated in their financial management. And so they do projections. And so Ledge Council has their projected students. But as the district gets better and better information on their anticipated students, then they run, either they'll run projections to say, well, you know, the projections say 100 students, but we think it's 95, or we think it's 105. They can run those projections. We run those projections for districts all the time. So some of the larger ones like to do it internal. Other ones have us run it for them. And so at
that's good.
you know, in June, July, and August, we're daily running those projections for districts. So
it's not easy.
While this, you know, they know what's happening because of the certified counts, but they also have their own projections. We run those for them, or they run them. So they are anticipating that. So many of them set up their budgets based upon their own internal projections. And again, so even if there is a total swing for those districts, they know it early on because they or we or some combination are running those. And then, as you said, many of this, it's about the same dollar amount. It's just the source, local or state, that's really the big shift. But then you're just seeing the state share in this piece.
Has anybody calculated the total change in the state share based on the increase in assessed value, which has occurred, I think, all over the state, unless there's a pocket somewhere where there's a drastic change in the other direction? It's all been up, up, up.
It has been primarily up, up, up. I'm sure that there's such variety in all the counties, so it may not be 100% universal. Yes, we do have that. I didn't prepare that, but we could get that. That's a slide that we normally have for our more detailed presentations to school finance folks.
Sure.
So
Okay. I'd be interested.
Okay.
Thank you. You need a motion?
I think we've got a motion on the floor, yes. Do we have any other questions or comments, Dr. Sheffel?
Yeah, I'm just, thank you for the information. How would we make meaning of this spreadsheet? When you look at the last two columns, difference in percentage, it sounds to me like those.
Which one are you on?
What?
Which spreadsheet are you on? There are two.
I think the changes.
The changes.
One.
The
yeah.
changes one. So I'm looking at the last two columns. It seems to me that, so there have been changes, and there's maybe 5 reasons for the changes, right?
Yeah.
Could be values, could be state versus local versus federal, right?
Yeah.
So who's paying what, right?
Yeah.
And this only reflects state.
This is only the state, and federal doesn't come into play in this spreadsheet, but the local share would.
Okay. So how would we make meaning of looking at this?
Yeah.
Is it like, well, when we look across all these districts and look at the difference percentage column, 10% of it has to do with decreasing enrollments, 5% of it has to do with different shares at local versus state level, 60% has to do with something else. I mean, when speaking to this or thinking about it, what would we be saying?
That's a really good question, and I'm not sure that spreadsheet that changes is really super meaningful, because again, it doesn't mean a big increase or a big decrease, doesn't mean a big change to the district, right? It could be just
an
that
allocation,
funding. So we've struggled with, this is a newer spreadsheet, that change that we've added. I'm not sure it's super helpful because of that weakness. It's, it reflects the data, but it doesn't have that concept. And maybe we should look at revising that to have that, the total change in total number, so you can kind of get that context. It's not just the state share, or maybe add a separate spreadsheet that has that's maybe more meaningful and tries to tease out, well, how much of this is due to pupil and how much is it, because they're so intertwined, all these factors, it's hard to come up with a specific dollar amount of, well, this is because of pupil and this is because of assessed value. But we could work on making something, maybe an additional spreadsheet that's more meaningful, and prepare that for next month to see if that's more useful to you.
Yeah, I just think the financial aspect of this is super important, and it would be nice to know what's responsible for the changes or swings. Some of it sounds like it's an artifact. Other of it seems like it could be meaningful, so that we could think about it meaningfully. So that anything you could do to unpack the difference in the percentage and why it exists, I think would be helpful, given that we're proving it.
We will definitely work on getting something that's more useful. We'll still share all of this detail, since the focus of that is the certification, but we'll look at trying to get something more meaningful for you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any additional questions or comments? All right, we have a motion on the floor to certify the December 2022 state share entitlements. Ms. Cordial, will you read the roll?
Board Member Durham?
Yes.
Board Member Escarcega?
Yes.
Board Member Esser?
Yes.
Board Member McClellan?
Yes.
Board Member Plomer?
Yes.
Board Member Scheffel?
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder?
Yes.
And Board Member Solis?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda is a notice of rulemaking for the administration of Healthy School Meals for All program, 1 CCR 301-114. Commissioner?
Thanks. I'm going to turn this back over to Ms. Oaks and also Ms. Riley, who runs all of our school nutrition programs.
Yes. So I'll just briefly kick off that this is a notice of rulemaking as a result of House Bill 1414 for the Healthy School Meals for All program that was passed first by the legislature and then by the citizens. And so this is rulemaking to implement that legislation. And I will turn it over to Ms. Riley to provide the details for you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to see all of you. So I'll just talk a little bit about the school nutrition unit first, just so that everyone understands what we do. Like Jennifer Oaks said, I am the director of school nutrition for CDE, and our unit oversees both state and federal school meal programs that are offered in schools across the entire state. We train, monitor, and reimburse districts for meals and snacks that they serve to their students. I did want to point out a few items in your board packets as resources as I go through the PowerPoint slides. We have the board memo for the notice of rulemaking, the draft rules for the Healthy School Meals for All program, a crosswalk of rule to statute, and then the PowerPoint slides that I'll go through right now. Is it this way? Okay. Everyone's a little bit different. So as Jennifer mentioned, the Healthy Schools for All program passed in November by the voters. The purpose of the program is to offer free school meals to students who wouldn't normally qualify for free or reduced price meals. The program also offers additional funding for districts to purchase local foods for their school meals if they choose to do so, as well as an option to increase wages or stipends for their school kitchen employees. The public school districts may opt into this program. It's not mandatory that they participate. It will be a district decision. And districts do have to offer the federal national school lunch program or the school breakfast program first before they can participate in this state program. HB 221414 does require the state board to adopt rules concerning the implementation of this brand new program. The proposed rules address a few different areas, such as the annual notification of participation that a district will have to let us know. Districts will have to maximize federal funding, so the rules talk through that. They also talk through the allowable costs for local food funding and documentation for wages and stipends, as well as some requirements around record retention. We did work with the Colorado Attorney General's office to draft these rules, and we did seek feedback from our advisory council for school nutrition. This council consists of food service directors from across the state. This group of people have been working with us since about 2012, and they do change every 2 years or so. Before the start of each school year, districts must notify us that they plan to participate in this brand new state program. In order to maximize the federal funding, districts do have to participate in federal school meal programs, and they do have to implement a very specific federal program called the Community Eligibility Provision, if they're eligible to do so. Participation in the Community Eligibility Provision will ensure districts receive more federal funding when serving meals free to all of their students. This will decrease the reliance on state funds to cover the cost of the paid meals. And the proposed rules further define participation in this provision. A little bit more about Community Eligibility Provision. It is a federal meal service option that allows low-income area schools to serve breakfast and lunch at no cost to their students. And it does so without the burden of collecting free or reduced applications from their families. Rather than collecting applications to determine eligibility, schools do use a formula based on the percentage of students that participate in other types of programs, such as the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, which many people know as SNAP. Schools can be grouped in order to increase the number of schools in a district that can utilize this provision, which again, in turn, maximizes the federal funding that will be available to them. Pursuant to statute, additional grant funding will be available for districts to purchase Colorado-grown, raised, or processed products, as well as to provide wage increases or stipends to the kitchen employees at the school districts. The proposed rules do detail allowable expenses and establish monitoring practices to ensure that the funds that they do spend are spent appropriately. And the proposed rules for record retention are based on current federal regulatory requirements. And then here's the rulemaking timeline. So today in the board meeting, the board is asked to approve a notice of rulemaking hearing to consider 1 CCR 30114, rules for the Healthy School Meals for All program. And then in March, if the notice is approved, the board will hold a hearing on the rules and may vote to approve the rules if unanimous. And that's the end of my presentation, so I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Riley, and thank you, Ms. Oakes. Board members, do you have any questions?
Look left.
Board Director Plummer?
Right.
Oh, and we'll go back.
Thank you. Very exciting new way to look at providing meals to kids and keeping that practice of making sure all kids get fed. So I'm excited. And I don't know if you can answer this because it kind of goes back to the previous presentation, but now as we're defining kids in need as those eligible for SNAP, could that be a new way that we are going to start defining the FRL that might impact some of the calculations that you mentioned before? And if you don't participate in this federal program, how will you assess the kids that qualify?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and something that we've seen, because we had the pandemic, and so through that, there was federal universal free meals for the past couple of years. And so that did put some pressure on that at-risk funding that was free and reduced lunch funding, because there was fewer families filling out those forms. And so this is a topic that the legislature has been discussing for the past few years, and last year they implemented a bill to change how at-risk funding is defined. So currently, that at-risk funding is for students who are free lunch or reduced lunch eligible. And so there's different ways to document that your eligibility, and part of it does start with this eligibility for the free and reduced lunch, which is if you are on the SNAP program, then you're eligible for free lunch. And so that's sort of an automatic eligibility. There's also if you're homeless or migrant or foster care, and I think I'm forgetting one, TANF. So those, if you're eligible for those services, or if you're there, you're automatically eligible. Additionally, families can fill out a free and reduced lunch form, and depending on your family income and your household income, you may additionally qualify. So what this recent legislation separate from this said is, number one, they've asked the department to pursue including Medicaid eligibility in that as well. And so we submitted that to the U.S. Department of Agriculture and received approval for that. So we're in the process of implementing that. So additional to that, if you are Medicaid eligible, then that will be another automatic. And so that is something that we expect the number of students to increase who are at-risk funding. So that's one aspect of this other legislation. The other one is the legislature has asked for an inclusion of a different measure, which is based upon socioeconomic factors. And they asked CDE to facilitate a working group to look into the details of what types of factors from the socioeconomic. And that's something that we're just wrapping up. We had our last meeting with the working group in December, and we're finalizing our report, and we'll be getting ready to share that with you. It wasn't ready to share at today's meeting, but we'll be presenting information to you, and then we need to report back pursuant to statute to the General Assembly as well. So that's the details of that socioeconomic factor, and so then that would reduce or eliminate those applications from the at-risk formula that goes into the school finance. Again, if you are, districts will still have to collect the free and reduced lunch forms as they participate in the meal programs, unless you are participating in that community eligibility provision that Ms. Riley spoke of. If you qualify for that and participate in that, that reduces that paperwork burden. But if you have districts or schools that don't qualify for that, they'll still collect the free and reduced lunch forms, but those will no longer be used for school finance funding, just for meals. So if a student is Medicaid eligible or SNAP eligible or homeless, migrant, those foster, those other students, they'll be qualified for free lunch, and they'll also be qualified for at-risk funding through the school finance. If you're not part of that, but you qualify based upon your application for a free lunch, you'll get free lunch, but then that won't be dependent on it. And that should eliminate some of the ups and downs that we've seen with the at-risk funding for school finance the past few years because of this universal free meals. Did that help?
Yes, very much.
Okay, so we'll continue this discussion in the coming weeks.
And as we look forward to setting this for a hearing, do we have any other questions before we proceed to Dr.
So does this increase the documentation or decrease, or stays kind of the same? Sounds like you're actually collecting more data than before.
Madam Chair, do you mean for the school meal part, or do you
Right.
mean for the at-risk?
Well, for both, because now
Both,
they're
okay.
entwined.
Yeah, I can talk about the school meals and then I'll pass it to Ms. Osk. So for the school meal piece, it should be less documentation because any of the schools that are eligible for community eligibility provision, they no longer need to obtain free and reduced applications from families. And so that would decrease those. As Ms. Oaks was speaking about the Direct Cert Medicaid pilot, based on data, starting next school year, when we start utilizing Medicaid data as part of the direct certification process, that should increase the number of schools that are eligible for community eligibility provision, which means, again, less free and reduced applications will need to be taken in from the families.
So as far as the definition of free and reduced lunch, and that metric's been used for years for various purposes, and thresholds defining it have changed over time, but now it sounds like there's major changes. So in terms of the data and the definition of terms, won't you have to go and true up a lot of uses of free and reduced lunch as a metric for various decision-making?
Yeah, so we have been discussing that since the at-risk funding in the school finance has changed. We've thought about, well, how does that impact? Because we use free and reduced lunch in many other forms. And so our initial assessment is that, yes, those districts will still report that. They're reporting, much of this anyway, if they're free or reduced lunch eligible for the at-risk funding. It's just now it won't also include those who are through the application. So we will still have the free and reduced lunch numbers. We do expect, as Ms. Riley indicated, that the overall number or percentage of those who are free lunch will increase because it will now include the Medicaid kids. So there will be a jump in the statistics because of just adding and changing the definition to include those Medicaid kids. But the measure will still be there, and so it will still be available for uses as it always has been. I think there will be some evolving thinking of, do we also include this new socioeconomic data that's now being required through statute? Will that come into part of it or not? And I think that's yet to be seen. I think it's just too new to see, will there be a shift or will that be incorporated? But we will still have that free and reduced lunch data that we always have. It will just it will be higher simply by the addition of the students in Medicaid.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Dr. Skarska, I'm going to go straight down the line.
Okay, thank you. I hadn't thought about that part. Thank you for your report. And certainly, I know the assessment department, the accountability department will be talking about this, because if there's a big shift in students that group the data, it's going to change. And so, and we did it when we changed racial ethnic categories into 2+, categories, et cetera. So it can be worked out. I have a question, a technical question. This may be for the attorneys, but in the crosswalk, which I love these crosswalks, it says that, and I may just have missed it, on page 4 it says, if the United States Department of Agriculture creates the option for the state as a whole to participate in the community eligibility provision, the department shall participate in the option and shall work with the et cetera, et cetera. I didn't see that in the rules. Is that because it's above us, it's above our pay grade as a state as a whole, or I didn't see it?
I can answer that. It's because at the time of the writing of this bill, there had been potential legislation at the federal level to create a statewide CEP option. It did not pass. However, there's still talks about something similar to that. So it's kind of a wait and see at this point.
Well, then wouldn't it be, if we're going to adopt these, wouldn't it be prudent to say if it passed, then, or something like, if there is something in federal regs, then we should do it. Otherwise, I can see that we would not, it's not in the rules, and then we'd have to come back and open them up, back up and do it again, right? No? Joe's giving me the new. No shake.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And I can't point to the specifics, but we can follow up with that. I think
yeah, for
as
next
the rules are written, it's to maximize federal funding.
Right.
And so right now, based upon the current federal provisions, that would be any district or group of schools would have to participate in that. And so that's how we're maximizing it. If the federal legislation changes, well, then how you have to maximize that is then the state would participate. So
Right, I get that, but it's not in the rules. It says it in the law, but it's not in the rules. And then she explained that it's because the option may not even be there yet.
Madam Chair?
Yep.
I think the short answer may be if the federal rules do change, I think we'll have to come back and change more than just that piece either way.
All right.
Because it may impact the other funding components. But I think that's something we can consider when we bring it back to the board for the hearing to see, should we just put it in there, belt and suspenders?
It was just something I noticed, so I'm glad that you had the answer so quickly. That's great. I think the only other question I have is that, and this is more about the policy, but participating school districts, if a district decides not to participate, can charter schools still be their own? LEA serve and participate without the district doing so? Okay, because I thought that was, and I didn't see that mentioned in here, but.
Yes, it's in the definition of
Okay.
a school food authority.
All right.
It can be a charter school on their own, can be their own school food authority, or they could be part of a charter school collaborative, which we have, I think, maybe 2 or 3 in the state right now. So it's either or.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Skarska. Dr. Schroeder? I'd like to go back to understanding, you've identified school areas that have students who qualify for the community eligibility provision. And it has to be 40% in a school. So I'm trying to visualize what happens in some of our large school districts, which have schools that have a very high number of kids who qualify, and then schools that don't. Can the whole district provide free lunches? Or I'm getting confused as to when you actually have a school that provides lunches for all kids and when you don't.
It's an excellent question. So yes, if a district, I'm going to use Denver Public Schools as for instance, they would have to participate as an entire district. And so based on the rules, they would have to serve meals for free for the entire district. And so that would include their CEP eligible schools as well as their non-CEP eligible schools. Does that help?
So try a district like Boulder, which does have, I want to say, 3 to 5 schools that have high eligibility, and probably more than that, well, I know more than that don't. Under what circumstances would they be able to provide free lunches for all kids?
Yes.
Or under what circumstances? Just
Under-
because
if
there
they
are
opt in,
If they
yes.
opt in and they have some schools that are above that 40%?
No.
No.
Even if a district does not have any CEP eligible schools, they can still opt into the program and offer free meals for all.
Okay. The difference is how much reimbursement you get from the feds?
Exactly, yes.
Okay. So that's
you
why
wanna
we
add
have, all the rest of that
Yeah.
garbage.
So,
Verbiage.
and Ms. Riley, please correct me if I say anything wrong. So there are districts currently that are above that 40%, and they may not be participating in the CEP program currently. Under this new legislation, if you're going to participate in this, then you have to maximize federal funding, so you would have to first participate in that community eligibility provision. But then other districts don't meet that district-wide threshold of 40%, but let's say they have 3 schools that do. So if they want to participate in this, then those 3 schools would have to be community eligibility provision in order to maximize the federal funding, because those 3 schools are eligible.
Okay.
And so that helps maximize the federal funding, but then the whole district can also participate, and then it would be just more state. then you might also be able to group schools. And so if you had a district with 10 schools and none of them, and I don't know that the math would work out, but you could group schools to say, well, if we group these 5 schools, then those 5 would meet the 40%. Instead of maybe just 3 who individually meet the 40%, but you could group 2 more. And then so that would, again, help to maximize the federal funding by grouping. And so a subset of the district schools would participate in the community eligibility provision to bring in more federal funding. And then that would decrease the state funding to provide universal free meals for all.
I'm going to predict all those rules are going to change, just based on what the kind of options that you have at this point. Can you tell us roughly at this point how many districts are planning to participate? The press has only been about the big districts.
Unfortunately, I can't. Many districts are still deciding. There is a lot of interest in participating, and as you mentioned, a lot of the larger districts are contemplating participating in the program.
And I understand that some of them are really worried about having the facilities to provide the food, simply because they haven't, the volume will dramatically change.
As well as staffing, that
As well
they'll
as
have
staffing,
enough
right.
staff to provide that amount of meals per day.
Okay, thank you for the report.
Thank you, Dr. Schroeder. Any other questions before we move on? Then I'll ask for a motion.
Madam Chair? Oh, go ahead.
Dr. Schroeder?
I move to approve the notice of rulemaking for the administration of the rules for healthy school meals for all program, 1 CCR 301-114.
Thank you, Dr. Schroeder. That's a proper motion. Do we have a second? Second. Thank you, Dr. Esser. Will Ms. Maramba please read the roll?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Skarziga.
Yes?
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Plomer.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
Board Member Solis.
Yes.
That passes 8-0.
Colleagues, we will take a short lunch break and then go into executive session. So for members of the public, we anticipate being back at approximately 1:30 p.m. And if Ms. Maramba would please announce the executive session.
Sure. An executive session has been noticed for today's State Board meeting to confer with an attorney for legal advice regarding the commissioner search pursuant to CRS 24-6-402-3A2. The board will also confer regarding matters required to be kept confidential by federal law or rules or state statutes pursuant to 24-6-402-3A3 CRS, specifically the educator disciplinary matters, items 7.01 to 7.07, that were pulled from the consent agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Maramba.
I move we go into exec session.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Schroeder. Do we have anyone opposed to going into executive session? All right, the motion passes.
It's going to be a line in the bathroom.
Great.
This is not.
Madam Chair, it's 2:07 PM on January 11th, 2023. The board has concluded executive session, and we're now back on the regular board meeting record.
All right, board members, we are back. Before we go forward with item 17 on our agenda today,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll move the approval of items 7.01 to 7.07 with the exception of 7.02.
that's a proper motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any, I don't believe we will have any discussion, so Ms. Miranda, would you like to read the roll?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Skarsgård.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Plomer.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
Board Member Solis.
Yes.
That passes 8-0.
Thank you, board members, and now we will have would anyone like to make a motion on item 7.02?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Dr. Esser.
I move to follow the staff recommendation for agenda item 7.02.
That's a proper motion. Do I have a second? Second. Okay, Dr. Schroeder seconds. Can you read the roll, Ms. Miranda?
Madam Chair,
Oh, yes.
I just would comment that hearings are apparently now taking at least 6 months or a year to get a result from, and I don't see any point in enriching the attorneys any more than we need to. And the district in this case seems to have made up its mind, so thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Durham. Any other comments on this item? All right. Ms. Maramba?
Board Member Durham.
No.
Board Member Skarsgård.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Plomer.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
No.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
Board Member Solis.
Yes.
That passes 6-2.
Okay, thank you. Our next item of business will be item 17.01, State Board discussion on the commissioner search. Our current commissioner leaves big shoes to fill. We've had steady stewardship for many years now, and I know that when we enter into this discussion, it's going to reflect all the values of these board members and what we want to see happening next. But I think I speak for more than a few of us, if not all of us, in saying that many of the qualities that we'll be seeking will echo the qualities that we currently enjoy in our current commissioners. So thank you for your service, Dr. Anthus. As you know, the commissioner has announced that she'll be passing the torch to a new leader this summer, and we're very grateful for the long advance notice. This will give the State Board sufficient time to engage in a thorough search to find a leader to fill Dr. Anthus's big shoes and to carry this important work forward. To update us on what we can expect in this process, I'll turn this over to the Director of State Board Relations, Ms. Angela Maramba, and our legal counsel, Ms. Michelle Berge. Ms. Maramba?
Great. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and board members. I'm Angela Maramba. I'm the Director for the Colorado State Board of Education. I'm here to lead you through your public discussion regarding a commissioner search of education. So, the plan for the discussion today is two objectives. One, an overview of potential phases of a search for a commissioner. And two, a decision and discussion point for today on whether the board would like to issue an RFP for a search firm to oversee the search, or instead build internal staff capacity with consultants to support the work. What can you expect today and during this conversation? As you all know, one of the board's duties is to hire the Commissioner of Education. This search will be managed by the State Board Office with guidance from the board. Today I'm going to run you through what a search might look like, also pausing along the way to receive guidance from State Board members. This is your search. You are all in the driver's seat, and I'm just here to help facilitate and learn how you'd like staff to support you during this time. So some potential phases could look like this. Phase 1 would be a design and planning, which is where we are right now. Phase 2 is candidate recruitment and stakeholder engagement. Phase 3, interviews and selections. Phase 4, transition to new commissioner. Diving a little deeper into those those phases, are things to think about so during phase 1, during that design and planning would be, are you engaging in a firm or building internal resources for support? The building of the vision for the candidate and the process, and deciding what you do as a full board versus subcommittee. Phase 2 is the candidate recruitment and stakeholder engagement. So posting the job description, collecting applications. A reminder that all applications are confidential. Only the finalist or finalists can be shared publicly. And then engaging in stakeholders in the community. Phase 3 is interviews and selection. Interviews of pre-finalists will be an executive session because we are required to protect the confidentiality of those applicants. And the board can select one or multiple finalists to announce publicly. Phase 4 is the transition, which could happen before or after the departure of our current commissioner. We'd be working on planning and needs for an interim or onboarding. Again, these are potential phases and activities in the phases, but the state board can decide the process and ultimately that timeline. However, there are some procurement rules that I would like you to consider when thinking about that timeline today. So the next slide really lays out one potential timeline. This would be a potential timeline if you would choose to go and use an RFP to hire a search firm. So if the board needs to spend more than $50,000 for one single vendor during this process, we would need to follow state procurement laws and issue and conduct an RFP, which is a request for proposal. Ultimately, this takes at least 3 months from the time an RFP is released to the selection of the vendor. So that timeline could look something like this. We would be issuing an RFP in early February, and then in April selecting that vendor, May to June working with that firm to get support, engagement, interviews, selection process, announcing a finalist in June or July, and then at the end of July, preparing for that transition. I'd like to note that this is a pretty compressed timeline, and so something you might want to consider is you may need an interim commissioner because we might not be able to meet this timeline as it's presented today. Moving to the next slide, which is another timeline, a potential timeline. This is if you would not use a search firm or not exceed that $50,000 for one vendor. So that could look something like this. January and February, we're building internal capacity to support this search. February to March, building the process, beginning engagement, accepting applications, reviewing applications. April to May, interviews and announcing a finalist. June to July, preparing for a transition. And then Commissioner Anthus would leave and transition off of her role in July. So just a high-level overview of potential search options. You could hire an executive search firm. Again, the timeline would be tight if the cost is over $50,000 because we need to issue the RFP. So this is something that we would want to get started on right away. You could hire a temporary staff person to conduct search activities on behalf of the board. This will also take some additional time, but not as long as an RFP. Contract with one or more vendors to carry out specific search activities on behalf of the board. Again, will take some time, but not as long as an RFP. Or you could do a blend of some of these options. The main variable to consider here is the timeline. So some questions you might want to or the main question before you as you enter your board discussion is, how do you all as the State Board of Education want to conduct the search for a new Commissioner of Education? Search firm, internal capacity, or small contract support? Madam Chair, I turn it back to you for any board discussion.
Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Maramba. Colleagues, we've got a lot on our plates to think about on this topic, and I think we'll be coming back to it many times before we're done with this process. I think what's most important today is to focus on the tight time constraints that would exist for us in the event that we are going to want to do a procurement with one vendor for more than $50,000 in the event that we want to do an external search firm. So I'll open it up for your feedback and your thoughts on this, and maybe we can go down the line, or if anyone is ready to start now, that's fine. Director Plummer, would you like to start?
I guess my question is, do we have a sense of how much an outside firm would cost? Are we expecting the cost of a single proprietor to be over $50,000?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Too loud.
Excellent question. It can vary significantly, just based on my own past experience, depending on the components that are selected for the search firm to complete. So as you think about developing a request for proposal and you think about what do I want this search firm to do, there's a whole a la carte menu that can be included in that that will affect the cost. So a search firm could start the design process with you and could facilitate all the design and building. That would be, could be $10,000. I'm making up numbers a little bit here. And then you'll have the candidate recruitment process and selection, which could probably be another $10,000 to $20,000. And then the ultimate selection, probably another $10,000. So the responses that I've seen in the past have usually been starting in the $30,000 range and then can go upward from there to include the costs of reimbursements, travel, a lot of different things. And then community engagement is a separate component that sometimes search firms will do that can cost additional money. So I think that's the 50,000 range is a likely range for a full search, but could go higher than that or could go lower depending on what you decide to include in the RFP.
No, go ahead if you have a follow-up.
Well, I guess I'm also wondering, and maybe some board members that have done these before, do we have internal capacity because we've done this before? Or I guess I'm just trying to figure out how we've done this before and the internal capacity of our staff to help with this.
So, based on my experience with 5 searchers, or I don't remember how many, the value of the search firm is to create an opportunity for the 9 of us to identify what are the criteria and to come to some agreement on these are the attributes of a commissioner that are most critical to us. In other words, the definition, the state definition is not what's important to us, and it creates an opportunity for conversations that we actually don't get to have very often. So that's a big plus that we kind of, I don't want to say get to know each other, but we start clarifying to ourselves and to each other what are our priorities and what we want to see in the state. That's, for me, that's the plus. And I think the only time that we haven't done it here was when we had a search that didn't work out. And we made the decision to get to identifying acting, and that was Commissioner Anthus. And I don't know, you were acting for 6 or 8 months, if I'm not mistaken. So that it was pretty easy to, we actually had the option to have the search done again by virtue of the, quote, guarantee that you get, but we just chose not to do that again. But other than that, they've all been with search firms. And it's that beginning piece that I most valued, frankly.
I might leap in as well and say, in my experience in City of Centennial, search firms were also helpful with public input process. So when there would be an open house with finalists, for example, they helped facilitate that process and made sure that we were following all of the rules surrounding personnel law. So that was helpful in that regard. And of course, the services that they may be able to provide with respect to background checks and vetting. So, and I know that our attorney has been through this process a number of times. Perhaps you could speak to whether or not you felt like search firms were effective in increasing the number or the breadth and quality of applicants in your experience with search firms in the past as well.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's a tough question to answer because everyone has different values in this process. I would say that there are times when it is helpful to have help, and that can come in a lot of different ways. So obviously we've got a value here of designing the process. Many people appreciate that with search firms, to have someone who's not internal staff, who's not legal counsel, who can help you talk through what's important to you. I think likewise for the hard conversations about who you move forward to interview, who you move forward into a finalist stage, to have a person or persons to help you with those conversations is valuable, so that you're not using internal staff or you're legal counsel, although I'm always happy to help you. And that doesn't necessarily have to be a search firm. I think it is most commonly a search firm, but it could be a facilitator that you hire on a small contract, you know, someone that has experience with these things and just really good with boards to be able to walk you through tough decisions. The vetting process and doing reference checks, that is most commonly done by people who have experience with this. So I think that is probably a high value with a search firm. Otherwise, you probably need to use your internal HR staff and some of those, or do it yourselves, which is possible, that the board members can do reference checks themselves. So I'd say there will be times when I think you need support that will be valuable to you, but there are probably multiple ways we can get to the different components that we can build in whatever way works best for you.
Yes, Dr. Skarska.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, too, the question is not just do we have internal capacity, but how much would we actually want internal staff to have to work and add to their plate? It's, having been on both sides of it, I want to be, as a staff member, involved somehow. I want to know my voice was heard. I want that part. Do I necessarily want to have to put out the surveys, read the surveys, come and do some of this work, make all the arrangements and everything else? I'll do it because it helps me become involved. But really, is that my job? And I'm probably busy already. So it's some kind of balance, I think. And honestly, there is always the issue of confidentiality. The more, especially when you're talking about individual candidates in that section of the work, right? It's hard to, we're a board of 9. It's going to be very hard to keep this tight. So the more every individual you add, it's tough. So.
Board members, feel free to weigh in with your thoughts. Dr. Sheffel?
If we went with some version of small contract support, maybe situated inside of a search firm, so kind of the a la carte menu approach, that still requires procurement, right? I mean, if it's, I don't know the definition of small contract, but if we don't want to go to a huge search firm and have them do 10 things, but we really want help in 3 things.
Madam Chair.
And I don't know whether or not they're inside a big search firm, but let's say they're not. Is that procurement also?
Madam Chair, I have learned long ago to always defer procurement questions to procurement because I don't want to get this wrong. But if we're under 50,000, I think we do have some other options. So if we're looking at, say, a search firm, but only for the interview and final vetting process, that probably wouldn't cost 50,000, or hopefully not. So there may be other procurement ways to get there besides a full RFP, like requesting quotes that we could consider.
Thank you.
Anything you want to add?
Nope, that's exactly what I'd say.
Oh, yes, Commissioner?
I just wanted to add to Ms. Skarska's really good point. I think when we were talking about build internal capacity, we probably would try to hire someone part-time to build our internal capacity. So I don't think we would add it. I mean, some of us will, I mean, Angela's going to have to do some of this because she's your board director. So it's part of her role. But we don't want to add too much on, so we would try to determine a way that we could add staff capacity with additional staff people. It just might not be a $50,000 contract that we would have to go through a full procurement with. There could be a consultant we could hire or something like that.
Well, and that's really where I by my own mind, I think a consultant or somebody sounds like maybe what we're looking for versus the full version. The groups that I know, the HYAs and all the other groups. But again, who does the person answer to? This consultant answering to the department may be a little different than if they're answering to us. Or how do we keep it as close to the board as possible, knowing it's a short-term consultant? But there are people around, I know, that do this work, that would be willing to do it for contract. I'm sure you do as well. And I think I'm anxious just to hear what everybody, I mean, we need some help. Everybody thinks they can do it the best. Everybody thinks they can do it themselves, and you can't. You just can't.
If I might proffer a quick follow-up, if we went the consultant route or the à la carte route with limited services that we're seeking, would that still have the capacity to give us a robust nationwide search? Like, can we throw the net nationwide, or is that something you can only do with one of these very comprehensive contracts?
Great question, Madam Chair. I think if you're referring to a person who makes lots of calls and tries to drum up people to apply, that would be kind of a traditional search firm role, or at least someone that has HR experience in running executive searches. That would be, I think, different from a contract with a consultant / facilitator who is really here to help you co-develop your values and vision and then make tough decisions about who you advance forward in the process.
And where you advertise. And where you advertise.
Yes.
Mr. Durham, did you have something?
Well, I think as difficult as hiring a search firm can be, and as varied as the results can be, and as much that can go wrong as can go wrong in that process, the more you start to involve a small contractor for this and then rely on vetting, hiring someone else to do the vetting and someone else to perhaps talk to all of us and find out what we want, you've increased the number of things that can go wrong exponentially, and that process can break down. I'm not as concerned about the timeline. We had an interim prior to the hire we made because the last commissioner before Dr. Ansis, or two commissioners before Dr. Ansis, didn't give us much notice. And I don't think that, at least from what we could observe, the interim commissioners did not damage the function of the department. So I think I'd like to minimize the opportunities for breakdown, and you can always sometimes saving money can be the most expensive thing you do. I doubt we can keep the total cost under $50,000 if we do it right, no matter which mechanism we use, unless we just start, everybody make a recommendation, we'll vote on it next week. We could do that. But I don't think that would serve us well, and I don't think you can get the net as broad as, at least I would like it to see, if you don't hire for a search firm with national reputation of some kind. So I think I would prefer to go that way. The idea of small contract support just raised the first question, well, who's that, and how are we going to vet that person? I certainly don't want the department hiring that person. That person has to be hired by the board and vetted by the board. So you're going to have one extra vetting process right off the bat.
Dr. Scarcella.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't have an issue with hiring a firm. I really don't, because again, I've worked with most of them. However, our timeline, it does need to be compressed, because I do believe that we will get multiple bites perhaps from superintendents, not just in the state of Colorado, but from around the nation. This is a very typical type of person or somebody with that background to have this role. And contracts are signed. And they will be signing contracts to start the 1st of July, which is why her timing was as it is. I'm just thinking that it doesn't matter to me which way we go, but if we can try to stick to that July timeline, we open up the pool of candidates dramatically. If we go into August, September, we lock ourselves down into, and there's a lot of local folks that will have signed contracts as well. They can get out of them, but it's much harder to move, and it's harder on those communities to believe that they have a superintendent for a year and they lose them in August. So I think just all the way around, timing-wise, if we could get.
So it sounds like if we're going to give ourselves the benefit of a professional search firm that's comprehensive, that we need to pull the trigger and do the RFP right away, as quickly as we can put a good one together. and then we need to talk a little bit about how that looks. Do we want to have a special meeting next week, virtually perhaps, to okay a suggested RFP to make sure we're all on the same page? Please feel free to weigh in. Dr. Esser?
Madam Chair, I agree with Dr. Escarza that many people I know that would be interested in this particular position will be signing contracts, and some of them multi-year contracts that would be excellent commissioners. If we do an RFP, I would love the 9 of us, as disparate as we are, to agree on exactly what we want this search firm to do. Not let's, put out an RFP and ask for a search firm that does superintendents and commissioners, et cetera, but we're looking for a firm that will do A, B, C, and D. Not E, not F. This is what we want, so we can limit it to what this board believes would be important in a commissioner search. So thanks, Madam Chair.
Yes, Dr. Schroeder?
So I'm just looking at my calendar. For sure, we have a meeting time that we're holding for the 27th. It's the legislative update, but that's an appropriate time. Historically, we have expanded that time when we've had other essential things to accomplish. I don't know whether that makes it too late for us to agree on the RFP.
I'm thinking it might be possible that your comment was the perfect dovetail to Dr. Esser's comment, because she's highlighting just how important it is that that RFP be reflective of the will of this entire board, so that if we had a special meeting next week virtually, that would give us a chance to give feedback to Ms. Berge about what we want, or to Ms. Maramba as to what we want in that RFP, so they could maybe give us a bit of a menu and we could say yes to this, no to that, and kind of hash it out, and then finalize at that 27th. Would that work, Ms. Berge? Or Ms. Maramba, or is that too late?
Great question.
Yes.
And could I add to that? Do we have some old RFPs that have already been here that we could use as? Okay.
CSDB actually put together an RFP last week for their superintendent search, so there's been some work going on there for their search firm as well. And then we've got some old
Search
RFPs.
firms are going to know, search firms already know, national search firms know that Colorado is looking for a superintendent. Right? So this is out there. I would agree looking at some of the older ones for commissioner, because that may or may not, well, I know it's not the same as superintendent search, but it's analogous. And having a chance to maybe look at those and then have a discussion in a week.
Do we maybe each want to give a couple of words of guidance to Ms. Berge and Ms. Maramba about what we hope to see in there? I know for me, it's casting a broad net so we get enough high-quality applicants that we have a successful process, as well as rigorous vetting of the candidates. But maybe you all have other things that are really important for you in that RFP. Do you want me to go down the line? Maybe Director Solis, do you have thoughts on this?
I think kind of piggybacking on what was already mentioned and making sure that we have staff input of what they would like to see in a commissioner. I want to make sure that we have those voices at the table. I definitely agree with going with a firm. Having this many people, this many board members, it might be easier to have an outside facilitator kind of helping the process. And as far as what I would like to see, again, just that staff voice. I agree, it needs to be a broad net. And, I think Colorado is just, we're doing a lot of great work around education. So I think, there's going to be some really good candidates that come in that national search. I think the other question I had is there a way for the average person to have access to this list of what it looks like, and so that they kind of know what we're looking at? Yep. Yeah, just to make sure that
the commissioner search
that
document on board docs?
Yeah, kind of know what.
Is there a way for us to highlight that maybe from Ms. Smith's office? or maybe I'll kick that over to the commissioner. The question was, is there a way to make that document as available to the public easily? Maybe we can front page it on our website or something.
And maybe another option we could consider, apologies, Madam Chair. This original fact sheet was really to get the board to start thinking about different options. We can take your feedback here today, as long as, and what's in there, start putting together an RFP, and then what you select for the RFP, we can post as publicly as what we're looking for, if that makes sense. And then in the meantime, we can put the document that you're holding there on board docs, because we just hadn't done that yet, but we will.
Okay, that sounds good.
And I think my other thing is just to make sure that we're keeping this timeline tight. I think working with the firm is actually, excellent in doing that. As far as other things listed here, I would be open to having discussion. There's nothing real specific that I can point out except for that broad net, and then making sure that we have staff voice at the table along with community.
Great thoughts. Thank you, Director Solis. Dr. Schwartz?
I would like to see the applications that we did, not just for the last firm that we used, but the one before that. Because that was, I thought, it was a search that ultimately was modified by the board chair at that time, and we only went with one candidate and went back to our acting. But nevertheless, the discussions that we had at that particular time were really healthy. So not just our last one, and I can't remember how we applied for that, but the one before that, and maybe there's one more before that. If you could snag those out of their files, that would be helpful. And that'll help me think through what some of the priorities are.
Very good. Mr. Durham, are there a few things that are especially important to you to have included in an RFP?
Well, my guess is that you put out the really pretty standard RFP, maybe try and highlight some timeframes and to deal with the punctuality questions. But beyond that, I think the discussion then of what we're looking for in a commissioner is something you transmit after you've selected somebody based on criteria other than we could all give 15 ideas, but I think we just need to get somebody on board that has the capability of getting this done. If you were asking me what I was looking for in a commissioner, I can tell you number one is I want somebody who has a proven track record of improving education outcomes.
Yeah.
So,
but
I don't think that's appropriate in determining which firm you hire.
No, I meant, are there a few items that you want to make sure that a few areas that you want to make sure the RFP covers for the search firm? Like, do you want?
I think our standard, I'm going to guess the standard contract that Ms. Berg has used in the past will probably produce a group of applicants, search firms for us to choose from, which we can then tease out some of these other issues.
Okay.
But I think we move quickly on getting an RFP out there and then using that winnowing process to accomplish what we want to accomplish here would be better served. And I don't think we necessarily have need to have an interim meeting about the original RFP, because it should attract the basic applicants out there, and we can then quiz them on what they're good at and select the one that fits the best. Because if you do, I can't remember, we had at least one meeting where we had 3 or 4 presentations from search firms that was in executive session, and because that's a contract thing. So we'll have the opportunity to quiz the search firms in executive session about all of these issues.
Dr. Skarsika?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A lot of times what you can do is you can say, these are preferences, or these are specific things that we might add to the tallying of your score to win the RFP or something. One of them would be to be able to meet the timeline that we set out, which would be good. And then a second one might be that we want to see, we would give preference to an organization that would give us a menu we could choose from versus here's the package, yes, no. Because some will do that because they think that's what you're looking for. But if you just tell them that ahead, they will likely be willing to cut out some of those things and you can select. But to that point, to Member Durham's point, I mean, it's kind of cut and dry at that point. I think the people that do this know, and they're getting ready. Of course, it's just how many pages, what kind of font, and you all can do that stuff. I think you've done that before, right? All that stuff.
Madam Chair, just one thought on that.
Yes.
I think you're correct. Probably the two key areas I would say that we want to make sure that we call out that aren't necessarily included or don't have to be included are the original conversations about building your vision and your, both for the process and for your future commissioner. But I'm hearing pretty widely that you would like that to be included in the RFP. And then second would be the community engagement process. Not all search firms do community engagement, but being clear that you would like some help if that's developing a survey, if that's doing focus groups, whatever that might be, that you would like that component to be included either in the package deal or as an a la carte menu that you could choose from.
Okay. Very good. And Dr. Esser, thoughts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think most things have been said. The only thing is a search firm that we know has been successful in this area, not just so that we don't have the same issue we had before.
The search firm that we used had been the most successful hire 10 years ago. I do think it matters as we're going down as to who will actually be doing the work.
Agreed.
Because
Agreed.
it was different, it was the same firm,
Yeah.
but different folks.
And that we make
Lesson learned on
Yeah.
that one.
And that we make clear what we consider our what I want to say, our duties or our purview and what's theirs. Because they are a hire, so that we keep the reins on the search firm. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Esser. And if I might just make a little note, point of privilege here, maybe we need to have something in our contract eventually that gives us recourse in the event that we end up with initial not so great fit, that we have some ability to fix that quickly so we can move forward if we have a firm that's big enough to let us do that.
Well, and just throw this out there, some of them will do that. It's quite a nice little charge for that. They do some guaranteed work.
There's
guaranteed stuff.
They
and
come
it's-
with a guarantee.
Yeah.
Basically, they'll do another search for you if the first one fails.
We went through that.
Oh, boy. What I meant, not a bad fit in terms of the selectee. I meant if they send someone out who is their point person to work with us, and that's not a
Not a
great
good
fit.
fit.
Oh, I see.
Because I know Dr. Schroeder was talking about it's important who does the work. Maybe it would be thoughtful for us to craft our contract in such a way that, that we have some traction on that question, so that if they assign us someone that just doesn't feel like it's working out, we don't have to see it all the way through and do the whole thing over again, because that sounds painful. Dr. Scheffel, thoughts?
No further thoughts, thank you.
Okay. And Board Member Plummer?
I think everyone's expressed all the things I was thinking of, so thank you.
How would we feel about having Ms. Maramba and Ms. Berge work on an RFP for us, and then do we think it would be something that we might be able to take a look at this coming next week? Either just having it go out to what would be the process that might make the most sense in your experience?
Madam Chair, the only reason I'm hesitating is I know what Angela and I can do, and I know we can do that, but I think we do need feedback probably from state procurement officials, so I don't necessarily want to commit their schedule, so that's the only part I'm worried about.
Oh, very good.
To make sure we have a review process in there. So I don't know if anyone is available that might know.
Madam Chair, I'd also like to point out, I think Monday is a state holiday, so next week is a little bit of a compressed week as well, so maybe giving just a little flexibility into that following week. I know we're eating into your timeline, but Michelle and I will do all we can
Okay.
to get you everything, a good draft.
Okay, that sounds great. So we'll watch our inboxes for this item, and we'll make some great progress coming forward out of this meeting, and then we'll regroup from there.
Madam Chair, can I just
Oh, yes.
get another point of clarification? So from what I was hearing, it sounds like you want to use some time during your January 27th legislative update meeting to reflect on that RFP as a whole group, and we are not going to be having some sort of subcommittee reviewing that RFP. Is that correct?
I think that's what you're hearing. And I think board members, does that sound correct to you all? Yeah, and if we're ready, it would be great to finalize it then, unless we think it may be ready before then.
Okay.
And there's a method by which we can do that. I know time is of the essence, but certainly having some time on the 27th is a smart idea. So thank you, Dr. Schroeder. That's a good suggestion. All right. Okay. Anything else on that topic that we needed to cover, Ms. Maramba, or does that pretty well cover that?
Nope, I think that gives us some solid marching orders, and
Good.
we'll just keep bringing this before you.
Okay, that sounds great. All right, the next item on the agenda is item 18.01, Colorado State University's request for reauthorization of its traditional educator preparation program. We will now have a short presentation and then a vote on the Colorado State University request for reauthorization of its traditional education preparation program, and I'll turn it over to the commissioner.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn this over to Dr. O'Neill and Ms. Bivens for their presentation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the board. I'm Colleen O'Neill. I'm the Associate Commissioner of Educator Talent. And with me is Ms. Bivens, Ms. Mary Bivens, the Executive Director of Educator Workforce Development. We're pleased to be here today to present the outcomes from the 2022 Educator Preparation Reauthorization Review for the Colorado State University. I find myself at a loss for a clicker. That's the clicker. Thank you.
Allergic, no infection.
I cannot manage my own presentations. Okay. Today on our agenda, first and foremost, we're pleased to welcome our two new board members, Board Member Solis and Board Member Plummer. Thank you so much for joining us. We're excited to be working with you and obviously continuing to work with the rest of the Board of Education through the 2023 year. Today's agenda includes a high-level review of Educator Preparation Program Reauthorization Review process, just to make sure that we're all reoriented and regrounded in the Educator Preparation Program Reauthorization process before we kind of dive into how the CSU, Colorado State University process looked. So I'll give you just a very quick overview of that, and then I'll turn it over to Ms. Bivens as she'll discuss the processes and staff recommendations from the reauthorization process. So let's start with that bit of overview for educator preparation programs in Colorado. State Board of Education and CDE staff, in conjunction with the Department of Higher Education and the Commission of Higher Education, oversee the traditional educator preparation programs in the state of Colorado. These programs are often referred to as the four-year programs, but they could also be master's programs, or they may be master's programs that lead to licensure. Traditional educator preparation programs focus on building content knowledge and pedagogy, as opposed to our alternative preparation programs, which are mostly about just building pedagogy, because somebody already comes to those programs with content knowledge or deep content knowledge. So today what we're talking about is a traditional program with content all the way through what you would consider kind of that normal pathway into education. Just to level set a little bit, Colorado has 13 educator license types. That includes our initial type. We have 60 plus endorsements that we review when we look at educator preparation programs. That includes, like when we talk about endorsement areas, we mean things like math, science, social studies, elementary education. We have 12 authorizations, such as the substitute or a JROTC authorization, and we have 34 career and technical education credentials in the state of Colorado. Each educator preparation program chooses what they offer. So not all of our educator preparation programs offer endorsements in every single one of those areas. You're going to see that today with the Colorado State University. They do not offer elementary education, which is somewhat unusual in our traditional programs, but they do offer early childhood education. And so we'll talk just a little bit about that. With regard to some of our clear reauthorization focus that we've had in the last several years, reading has been one of those clear focus, or teaching teachers how to teach reading. And CDA staff have focused on all content areas, obviously, but we've done some deeper dives into reading over the last several years. With regard to reading, we know that the research says if we're not reading well by the end of third grade and on grade level, that we are off track, because that's when we start to shift from learning how to read to using those reading skills for comprehension to master more complex subjects in fourth grade and beyond. So by focusing on support for our youngest students and their educators, we can ensure more students are reading on grade level by the end of third grade and build a strong foundation for their success, not only in their schools, but in their lifelong success as they continue to graduate. Through the READ Act legislation and through your State Board of Education rules and guidance, teachers must have that deep training in evidence-based reading strategies. The Board of Education rules outline those 5 aspects of the science of reading. Those 5 aspects work together to create the reading experience. It's through that lens that we often come to you to talk about the depth of understanding in our educator preparation programs and how they are working with their teachers to teach them how to teach reading for our students. Specifically with regard to how we've engaged with Colorado State University and their early childhood program, the work they do to teach teachers how to teach students to read using evidence-based strategies is deep work. It takes faculty members to understand the evidence-based practices in a wide and a deep way. We know that it's important that they understand the evidence-based reading strategies and that it must be used as the core foundational elements of their teacher training, not as an ad hoc or not as an intervention strategy. So we focus pretty clearly on that. As we are taking a look at reading, we are also beginning our deep dives as we enter into the spring over math. That's been a topic of conversation over the last couple of years, and we've started to see it in our data, and we started to see some of that disaggregated data around our math scores, and they're simply not on grade level. And they're going the wrong way. So as we start to dig in deeper over the spring, you'll start to see not only that dive into reading, but you're going to start to see that dive into math as well. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Bivens for her to talk a little bit about how we have collaborated with university faculty, the leadership, and the team across the state of Colorado for the reauthorization process.
Thank you, Colleen. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. It's nice to see you again and nice to meet our new board members. Welcome. As Colleen was describing, we are going to discuss Colorado State Universities, or commonly referred to as CSU, if I make that mistake, their reauthorization process that happened this last fall. So you were provided both the memo that described the action and request and the recommendation, as well as the final reauthorization report. That final reauthorization report is really the summary document and the findings of the state review team. So I'll go through that a little bit as well. Do you have the clicker? Thank you so much. All right. All state-approved preparation programs go through the reauthorization process based on statute no sooner than every 5 years. CSU was reauthorized in 2015 the last time, so they were reauthorized 7 years ago. As a traditional preparation program, Colorado State University's reauthorization was a joint process conducted by CDE staff and the CDHE, or the Colorado Department of Higher Education. It was a joint effort. CSU started their reauthorization process this past summer. The first step in that is submitting materials, including things like course syllabi that is aligned to all of the endorsement standards that they are seeking reauthorization on. Those submissions were sent through the peer review process with content experts from our K-12 schools, the department, and other alternative and traditional preparation program specialists. And those endorsement areas are things, as Colleen described, as math or music or school counselor. As we've done for the last 4 years, there was a focus to ensure scientifically based reading instruction was properly embedded into endorsement areas that have those emergent reading strategies. For CSU, that is only the early childhood endorsement area. And their site visit was conducted on the last week of September, the 28th through the 30th. The reauthorization state review team consisted of representatives from our department, the Department of Higher Education, university peers, and other preparation programs across the state, and also a local school district representative. The reauthorization team identified program strengths from them, such as meeting local needs of school districts, strong partnerships for student teaching placements, current candidates and recent graduates spoke to the support they received from the university during and shortly after their program completion. And they also instituted some strong system changes so program leadership can better track the trend data of candidates' learning as they continue to improve their program. Thank you. The department did a deep dive, as Colleen was describing, around scientifically based reading instruction in early childhood education. We found that their content and their training was deeply aligned, and the candidates could speak well to the concepts of emergent reading strategies aligned to scientifically based reading, and were able to articulate how they were embedding that in their clinical placements. So the recommendation it's the department's recommendation that the State Board of Education fully approve the reauthorization of Colorado State University's traditional educator preparation program. And we are happy to, at this time, answer any questions that the board may have on this action.
Thank you, Ms. Bivens, and thank you, Dr. O'Neill. Board members, do you have, before I entertain a motion, do you have questions or comments? Director Solis?
Just one question. How diverse is your program as far as who takes the program?
How diverse is CSU's program of candidates? We look at that when we're there as a reauthorization team. We look at the diversity of them compared to the rest of the university, as well as the educator prep program, as well as compared across the state. That is part of our educator preparation program report that is online and is mandated annually to be updated. I could look that up for CSU. I don't have that. I know it's in the final report as well, so we could pull it up real quick for you.
Okay.
That's helpful.
Thank you, yes.
Dr. Schroeder?
I'm happy to make a motion, and then we can continue.
Sure, we can do that.
Sure. I move to approve the reauthorization of Colorado State University's traditional educator preparation program.
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Schroeder, and thank you, Board Member Solis. That's a proper motion and a second. Is there further discussion or questions? Dr. Esser?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bivens and Dr. O'Neill. Ms. Bivens, do you know if there's a reason why they don't offer an elementary license?
Oh, my goodness. I would not, thank you for that question, Madam Chair. I would not want to speak for CSU, but I will tell you I was also surprised a few years ago when I learned they didn't have elementary ed. But they are doing an incredible job with their early childhood program. We have wondered with them about adding in elementary ed or even special education. But at this time, I think they choose to focus deeply on doing what they do well. They have an exceptional music program, for instance, that was, we heard great things about. They do school counselor.
Good. Yes.
Yeah.
CSU is my original bachelor degree and my teaching license, my original teaching license from several decades ago. I just want to take this opportunity to shout out to Dr. Sable for both Dr. Scheffel and I. She's been one of our colleagues, and very well done. It looked like they did a great job with the review. So thank both of you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We have some Rams in the room.
And Madam Chair, I would be remiss if I didn't say it. UNC has a great elementary ed program.
Madam Chair, I do have an answer for Board Member Solis.
Yes, Dr. O'Neill.
So we do have an educator preparation program kind of conduit, so a data dashboard. Here is their diversity. right now in their total enrollment count. Female, 69%, male, 30%, Asian, 0.7%, Black, 1.2%, Hispanic, 12.5%, White is 80.9%, 2 or more races is 3.1%.
Thank you for that info.
You're welcome.
Great question. Dr. Sheffel?
Yeah, thank you for the report. I just had a question. As you've been visiting a number of universities over the past year or two, what are the main changes that you see thematically? Is it mostly tweaks? Is it more sea changes? Is it largely on the clinical practice side? Is it coursework, curriculum? Is anybody doing anything really dramatic as far as changing the model? But what do you kind of see as themes as you're going out, looking at a lot of different institutions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Such a wonderful question. I would say when we're thinking about traditional programs, because I think I'd say different trends, traditional versus alternative. But for traditional programs, obviously the most obvious, apparent one is the scientifically based reading instruction. We started those reviews in the fall of 2018, that deep dive. So content-wise, that's the biggest shift I've seen made. The second trends I would say is absolutely in clinical practice and programs looking at trying to do year-long clinical practices where maybe the first semester is still in coursework and at school, you know, 3 days a week or something like that. So that's the second largest trend I would say as well. And then I would say the third is really thinking about that deep theory to practice and maybe shifting some of their course, the percentage of time in their courses spent on theory and you know, shifting some of that time a little bit deeper into practice.
Dr. Sheffel, I'm going to add one more, which is working with our school districts to meet their needs. Yeah. And I think that's been a major shift certainly since the pandemic. That's always been the case, but since the pandemic, that has been a shift of being more critical in their work with districts to meet the needs where they are. And we value and encourage that continually. So I think that's been a nice addition. Unfortunate reason, nice addition.
Great, that's helpful. One more follow-up. Do you find that in the science of reading piece is, you know, you kind of start something out more on a compliance basis and then you kind of hope people catch on and actually see the benefit? Are you seeing that shift yet, or is it still, we're doing it, but still not seeing the real payoff? I mean, do you have a sense of attitudinally how the universities are feeling?
Thank you. Yes. You know, we are absolutely seeing a shift to authentic practices of embedding scientifically based reading instruction for some programs, and as our next slide will show, once we do this action, we have some others upcoming that also happened in the fall. You know, some of them are still partially there. It's authentic, though. I really do want to say that. I think it is. I think our institutions have recognized, trend data-wise, that some of them needed to bring in faculty who truly understood scientifically based reading instruction at a deeper level or train up their current faculty. So that has taken, you know, some time and some shifts, but I do believe, speaking for almost all of the programs, that it is an authentic and valuable, and we're hearing great feedback from the candidates who are taking these courses now that I think is really encouraging the faculty and the leaders in their programs in an authentic way.
Well, great. Well, hats off to you for helping make that happen. Thank you.
Great. Any additional input or questions from board members?
One more question.
Board Member Solis?
Is there any difference in the program now that we've been through COVID and we've had the experience of remote learning? Is there any additional things that are being part of the program around remote learning? I mean, I see it as a tool even when kids miss school or have an extended illness or that type of thing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. O'Neill.
Thank you for that question. It's something near and dear to my heart. Personally, as a former chief learning officer for an e-learning company, I think one of the things that the pandemic did is show us that there were other ways to meet needs in the field. I will say that we are definitely seeing those shifts. I will also say that there is more needed. And that's not just a CSU, which they're actually doing a really nice job of CSU Global, trying to make that outreach. While they've had some struggles getting that up and running in a really in a really strong way. They're making the progress and continuing to dedicate themselves to that. I do think this is an area that all of our universities can do a little bit better job of being more flexible, not just in the online space, but in the space of meeting the needs at the district level where people are. And that's a grow your own initiative that we're hearing constantly from our rural districts, that we're hearing from our superintendents and our hiring managers. We need our universities to go meet teachers where they are, paraprofessionals where they are, our high school graduates where they are, and not make them come to them. They have livelihoods in those areas. And so I think that's an area that we can continue to advocate for and support from a technical implementation perspective.
Thank you.
Very good. Well, the motion is on the floor to approve the reauthorization made by Board Member Schroeder and seconded by Board Member Solis. Ms. Cordial, would you please read the roll?
Thank you. Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Skarsgård.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Plomer.
Yes.
Board Member Scheffel.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
Board Member Solis.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes 8-0.
Thank you so much. Madam Chair, we have one more slide. if
Oh,
that's-
very good.
Yes.
Sorry.
I know. So thank you so much. So thank you all. We have several programs, as I stated before, coming to the State Board for Action that happened in the fall as well. That is PBC, Relay Graduate School, and CU Boulder. You can see them listed there. So we'll be bringing those probably next month. And then we anticipate that we'll be conducting, we have 7 reauthorization visits, new visits happening this semester, but 3 of those being for the programs that you have on conditional reauthorization right now. So we have revisits with University of Colorado Denver, Colorado River BOCES, and Colorado State University Global. So 4 new visits and 3 revisits. So we'll be seeing you often. So we're happy to answer any questions as you have them outside of the meetings.
Very good. Before we let Ms. Bivens and Dr. O'Neill go, any questions for them, board members? All right, thank you so much. All right, and next up will be item 19.01, overview of gifted education services in Colorado.
Madam Chair,
Oh, yes?
it's Angelica, it's over here. We have a break.
Oh, break?
A break.
Oh, yes,
And it's
let's
actually in the agenda.
Oh, in the agenda. I beg your pardon, mea culpa. Let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll see you back here at 20 after 3.
The agenda calls for 15 minutes.
Pardon?
The agenda says 15.
Okay, we are live. And the next item on the agenda, item 19.01, is an overview of the gifted education services in Colorado. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This was actually a request from one of your fellow board members, I believe Dr. Esser. And so we thought this first meeting with our two new board members would be a great time to give you an overview of our gifted and talented work. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Cobb and Dr. Foster, and we also have a guest with us here, Natalie Brown, today.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Enthis. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the board. Good afternoon. As was mentioned, we're here to give really a high-level update in terms of gifted education in the state of Colorado. I'm here with Dr. Foster, as well as Natalie Brown, who is an assistant director at Santa Fe Trail BOCES, and is also a parent of a gifted student, as well as a member of our Gifted State Advisory Council. Today's presentation is going to cover these topics. The intention of it is really just to provide a high-level overview and provide some just general background related to how gifted education works here in the state of Colorado. So through the slides, we'll cover these particular topics. Starting on the first slide, just to give you a little bit of background and context related to some of the statutes that help govern gifted education in the state of Colorado. You'll notice that you see, I believe it's 4 on the slide currently. The top one has to do with administrative units and their roles and responsibilities relating to servicing gifted students. House Bill 08-1021 specifically has to focus on this idea of early access to educational students, educational services for students who are gifted, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. As well as House Bill 11-1077, which really focuses on twice exceptional students, students who happen to both be gifted and also have an IEP. And then from there, House Bill 14-1102, which focuses on screening, the universal screening process for students with gifts. The legislative declaration is included here just for background knowledge to help provide some context and information in terms of the General Assembly and its interest as it relates to gifted children and some of the declarations and desires that it has. In addition to that, there is actually rule that helps to govern gifted education. That rule set was actually, oddly enough, the one that we brought this morning. It was a rather large section. This actually is in Section 12 of the Exceptional Children's Educational Act. But in this particular, the boxes that you see are the actual categories that are all required within the state of Colorado as it relates and pertains to gifted education. And you can see inside of rule that includes the definition of students who are gifted, as well as the process related to advanced learning plans, which we'll talk about here briefly, including personnel, budget, and reports. You'll notice that in the green, the early access box is actually highlighted in green. And the reason for that has to do with the fact that early access is the only one of these particular items that is not a mandatory requirement. So in terms of the definition of gifted and talented is a little bit different than special education, and if I err in this, Dr. Foster can certainly clarify, but dissimilar to Special education, while there is a definition federally for gifted education, there are different, they're not the same level of requirements that we typically will see when it comes to special education. There is, however, this specific definition. This one actually came about in 2002 when the federal education statute was authorized at that point in time under No Child Left Behind. In Colorado, the definition by and large monitors, or mirrors rather, the state definition. The federal definition, I apologize, and includes, again, the categories that were mentioned. Obviously, there's a lot of words in this slide, so I won't go through the process of reading them all, but you can get a good idea in terms of where the statutory definition is related to that. So in terms of the categories or areas where students may be identified as having gifts, it falls really into two categories: specific academic aptitude or specific talent aptitude. The academic aptitude, as you can see on the left-hand side of that slide, really focuses on content areas that we may traditionally or more frequently see in class. And the talent aptitude may be related to something that we could sometimes see in class, but also might be in terms of an extracurricular activity. In Colorado, there's right around 7.1% of the students in the state who are identified as being gifted and talented overall. In terms of these particular categories, you can see how the breakdown exists above, and I want to draw your attention to the particular box on the right, where it does highlight the fact that about half of our students within the state have more than one strength area. So you can take a look at this chart and get a good idea of how all of these things break down. And so with this, I'll turn it over to Dr. Foster, who will talk a little bit about the identification process and some additional points.
Thank you, Dr. Floyd, or Dr. Cobb. Yeah, he's only been my boss for a few months now, so I get a pass. So identification obviously is critical for these students so that they can receive those services. They typically begin with a referral, and that referral can come from a variety of sources, from teachers, parents, community members, peers can refer, and even self-nomination is a possibility. Some referrals are also demonstrated just based on assessment data. You may see where or it may be observed that a child is performing exceptionally well on different assessment measures. Each school district really establishes their own protocol for the alignment of in alignment with the ECEA rules, the Exceptional Children's Education Act, to identify students within their district. And once a student is identified, an advanced learning plan is developed. It's similar in idea, or at least in thought, to an IEP. It's established annually or reviewed annually. It has goals within it. It also delineates the services that that student will receive. So in terms of identification of a gifted child, school staff are looking at a body of evidence, and they're looking at multiple sources of data. And often that data will be both quantitative as well as qualitative data. And the intent is really to see if that data shows that the student is capable of high performance or exceptional production in some of those areas that you saw earlier: intellectual ability, academic aptitude, creative or productive thinking, leadership skills, or the visual arts, performing arts, or psychomotor. Under the Exceptional Children's Education Act, when you're looking at some type of assessment like these listed here, you're looking at students performing at the 95th percentile or above. And so these are some of the types of assessments or methodologies that may be used. In Colorado, there's nothing that says you must use a certain type of assessment. But here you just see a brief listing of what is typically used throughout the state in terms of attempting to measure some of that high performing or exceptional performance for students who are suspected of giftedness. As I noted earlier, each student has an academic learning plan that is updated annually, and the plan really serves as a guide for staff in terms of providing services to those students. When we look at the entire state, as Dr. Cobb said earlier, about 7% of students in Colorado are identified as gifted. What we know about that 7% is about 55% of them are male, 48% are female. White children make up about 71% of the gifted population, Hispanic children about 15%, black children make up a little less than 2%, 9% are twice exceptional, as Dr. Cobb noted earlier. Those are typically students who have both an identifiable disability as well as an area of giftedness. About 15% qualify for free and reduced lunch, and a little over 1% qualify for, sorry, I lost my train of thought, are English learners. So as you can see just from that chart, that gives you a comparison of gifted education students to state totals. And you can see that gifted education doesn't mirror the demographics of the state. Another part of what we're required to do at the department level is perform monitoring activities. That is a mandate under the Exceptional Children's Education Act, the rules enacted that govern that. Really, the Office of Gifted Education is responsible for those monitoring activities. Monitoring is currently occurring on a 5-year cycle, so that means everybody gets a visit from us once every 5 years. That team that goes out is really looking to highlight what the districts are doing well. There is also that component of making sure that the district's program is aligned with the requirements of the Exceptional Children's Education Act. Each district is going to get a written report, and you know, many times we get to talk about how great the programs are, the good things we see. On occasion, we do identify areas that need to be corrected or addressed so that they are in alignment with the requirements of the Exceptional Children's Education Act. So funding is a categorical funding. It lives along with the other state funding under the Exceptional Children's Education Act. So what I can tell you really high level is that this is to be supplemental funding. So it's not meant to really be the total funding that is used to support gifted education at the district level. School districts, though, determine what amount they are going to set aside at the local level. And based on some preliminary figures we have from the 21-22 school year, it's looking like school districts across the state contributed about $38 million to gifted education programs across the state. And as you can see on this chart, the state contributes about $12.6 million to gifted education. So GSAC, or the Gifted Education State Advisory Committee, that actually came into being in 1984. It was codified into law in 2014. And the role of this advisory group is to provide information to CDE and to the state board concerning ongoing and emergent needs related to the education of gifted students in Colorado. You as a board appoint these members, and we usually have vacancies every year. So later in the year, we'll be bringing those to you for appointment. And those are appointed for 3 years. So with that, I want to introduce you to Ms. Natalie Brown. She is one of the co-chairs for GSAC. Ms. Brown is a parent representative on GSAC and is also the Assistant Director of Gifted Education in the Santa Fe Trail BOCES, and is also one of our Gifted Education Regional Consultants. So wears many hats. So, Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Dr. Foster. Good afternoon, State Board of Education. My name is Natalie Brown, as Dr. Foster has mentioned, and I'm the proud parent of 2 gifted children, Kinsey, a 5th grader, and Landon, an 8th grader, who is also twice exceptional. Both of my children attend schools in Pueblo West, Colorado, Congressional District 3, where they receive gifted programming and an annual advanced learning plan that helps to support both their academic as well as their affective needs. And what I love is that there are student-driven goals that my children are able to develop for themselves. In addition, as Dr. Foster mentioned, I'm also the assistant director for Santa Fe Trolbosis and also their gifted director as well. And in both of these roles, I've had the unique opportunity to learn more about giftedness and how to educate and how to support our gifted children, not just my own, but others in the state of Colorado. 2 years ago, I was appointed to be part of Colorado's Gifted Education State Advisory Committee, which we call GSAC because we love our acronyms. And as Dr. Foster mentioned, I am the co-chair. I was voted in last year to do that alongside of Heather Savory, who is our educational representative. Little did I know GSAC would become an incredible pathway for me to learn even more about giftedness and gifted education. I want to briefly take this opportunity to say thank you to you all, because as a parent, this has helped me tremendously in working with other parents to learn, grow, network, and have great discussions. GSAC's purpose to help support the Office of Gifted Education with implementation of state statutes and regulations and our communication back to you has been a rewarding committee to be a part of. The impact that this committee and the Office of Gifted Education, led by Dr. McKinney, has a ripple effect across our state. Not only do I see the immediate benefits with my own children, but I'm fortunate to see the impacts that this has on our community throughout the state of Colorado for gifted students to discover their passions, their interests, help to support them with their social emotional needs, mental health, how to reach their own goals, and even how to save brilliant children from making the decision to drop out of school. Again, I want to say thank you. I look forward to our continued partnership as we move forward in serving our gifted students in Colorado. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Board Member Esser. She serves as your liaison to GSAC. So Board Member Esser, we appreciate your participation in GSAC and your support. And with that, Madam Chair, we conclude our report or our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Cobb, Dr. Foster, and Ms. Brown. Much appreciated. And board members, let's open it up for your thoughts, reflections, questions. Dr. Esser?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Brown and Dr. Foster. I can tell you GSAC is very active. If I happen to miss one of the meetings, they make sure I know I missed a meeting and I shouldn't have. And usually it's a calendar mistake. But I have learned so much and how committed the people are on GSAC. One issue I've learned about is the underfunding of gifted and talented programs. All education programs right now are underfunded, but this one has not seen an increase since 2014, is that correct? So can you talk to me about what it would have looked like if even cost of living would have been given for this particular area? Okay. Dr. Foster and Ms. Brown.
Okay. Yes, the Universal Screening Qualified Personnel Grant came into existence after the House Bill 141102. It was originally distributed in 2015, but it reflected that of 2014-15. And unfortunately, you're correct. It has been not fully funded since its origination. Due to categorical fundings that are provided, we get a percentage of that that's allocated, and from that percentage, then it's delegated to us across the state how much. So AUs administrative units, across the state of Colorado all predominantly apply for this grant funding, which helps to cover both 0.5 up to 0.5 FTE for a qualified universal, for a personnel at the AU level to provide and oversee gifted programming, as well as additional funds to help support universal screening for our students to help identify potentially gifted students. As Dr. Foster mentioned, there's multiple ways that students can get referred, but through universal screening, that allows us to catch every child in the state of Colorado, both in 2 grade levels, 2nd grade and 7th grade. Every year we ask for the funds to cover the testing as well as for that 0.5 FTE, and it is a portion. Right now it's sitting about 40% of what's asked. Every year there's additional costs that get endured, as well as more students, or the cost of the testing, or just the cost of increases of teacher salaries or administrative salaries that happen as well. So the difficulty is that whatever the allotment is that we get, it's only a portion of what we're able to cover in that funds, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
You're welcome.
So if could be fully funded, and this is probably more a question for you, Dr. Foster, how would that impact our gifted and talented students and programs?
Well, I think we struggle with qualified staff more than anything, and I don't want to steal Ms. Brown's thunder, but I think that that's a huge issue, and especially our rural districts struggle to find those individuals and to attract them to their areas and then pay them. So an interesting note is that that universal screening and qualified personnel grant was right around $2 million is what the state allocated. Based on the requests that the department received, we were knocking on $5 million in request for funding. So there's a pretty big gap between what is funded and what's requested. So I think there's a huge need for staff. I think that would probably be the biggest impact is putting qualified people in front of children and supporting gifted education programs.
Anything to add to that, Ms. Brown?
I would definitely concur with Dr. Foster. It is difficult to provide any testing and then have something to do with the testing if you don't have somebody who can oversee and ensure that the programming is happening.
So do we have kids in second and seventh? I'm sorry, may I continue? Do we have kids in second and seventh grade that aren't being tested at all because of lack of staff?
Madam Chair. Yeah, I just had to phone a friend at some AUs because of the tight funding are only choosing to test at one grade level. So there are, it appears, if I'm understanding that correctly, there are multiple grade levels in some districts that are not being tested in a given year.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Esser. Any other questions, comments, reflections, board members? Dr. Skarzica?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to have to jump right on that. So, as someone who used to do this, I thought you had to do it. There's not a choice. At second grade, you must universally screen all your students. So you're saying there are districts that are not complying?
I don't know. I think they may just be testing only in second grade
right, they're
and
only
not
doing
doing
one.
any additional
I got
testing
it. Okay.
beyond that grade
Which
level.
is ideally seventh, and as students come in, we miss them and all that. Oh,
Yes,
okay.
right.
All right. Thank you.
Board members, other comments, questions? I do have one. How are we doing in terms of progress toward making sure that we are equitable in identifying all populations across Colorado? Because we do have some underrepresentation, and I think one of the first conversations I had after joining this board as a new board member 6 years ago was with a leader in the gifted and talented community who warned that when gifted and talented students don't get those enhanced services that they need, it can be just as disastrous as any other services being withheld from a student who needs them. So how are we doing on that progress, and what are we doing to make sure that identification is equitable for all student populations?
So I'll begin, but I think I'm going to ask Ms. Brown to put on a GERC hat as well. But I think that her regional support, that's our acronym for them, I think the multiple ways of identifying students and looking for a body of evidence. So if there's not a single measure that's going to qualify or disqualify a child. So because we know that some students in certain populations may not perform particularly well on certain assessments, and so I think that body of evidence is meant to at least shore up that ability to look at the entire child, not at a single indicator. So.
I concur with Dr. Foster as well, that it comes down to making sure that we're looking at students from a very broad lens. You mentioned earlier in the conversation about finding a new commissioner and casting in a wider net. We have to do the same thing in gifted education. We have to cast a very wide net because gifts can look very different. Our children are not cookie cutters. They all have different ways that they can demonstrate those gifts. And so we have found more and more success when you widen that net of opportunities for us to evaluate through different means. As you saw up on the list, there's various ways that we can do this. By us continuing to keep that very broad, we're able to increase. I personally have experienced when you do that, it does pay off. I've closed the gap in many districts that I've worked with in doing just that. The numbers don't change overnight, but it definitely increases population so that our underserved populations percentages do increase. I would also say there's a huge limitation in our rural areas having access and again funding to provide all of those different ways that can happen in order to meet those students' needs.
Thank you so much. Anything more, board members? Oh, yes, Dr. Sheffel.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. Are there any partnerships with business that can help fill some of these gaps? I mean, so, the traditional route is you bring somebody in who's an educator and you try to accelerate learning or provide additional enhancement in terms of rigor. And then other models where you partner with an external entity that really wants to mentor students. Has that been, I'm sure it's been tried, but is there much of that out there, or a way to increase participation in that kind of a model?
I'm not aware, but I've done a phone a friend to see if we get anything from the state level. Ms. Brown, anything that you can speak to?
Yeah, I would say that there's a great deal of talent development that is done where we're trying to give students the opportunity to have some enrichment opportunities before identification even happens, to give them that opportunity for rigorous opportunities, because sometimes students don't have those from the get-go, and if you provide them, you'll notice that those gifts will come about. As far as contracting with businesses or those sort of things, I definitely think it's done in pockets. I would say in communities where there's a lot of resource, it's probably having more frequently than in other communities that don't have that at their exposure. I would say that they try to tap into as many remote options now as well to do that.
Thank you.
Board Member Plummer?
So I have just two questions. One kind of piggybacks on the diversity question. We had a really interesting presentation in our district about underrepresentation of English language learners and really talking about the access tests as not being adequate. And are other tools being developed, or I know it's part of a body of evidence, but is there a better assessment that's out there that people are being trained to use?
Go ahead.
Yes, so you are correct that access is one data point that we definitely can use as we're building that body of evidence. What's difficult about that is we're looking for a trajectory of students' language acquisition and how quickly that happens, as well as their growth on that assessment. So it's just one of many ways that you can look at something, but we're very limited in what resource and data we have available when it starts to measure students who have language that could range from being non-English proficient to limited English proficient to maybe being a child that comes from a home life that has another influence of a language. What we find with our gifted children is that they might not qualify for a program because of their gifts, might mask that, where they've been able to acquire language rather quickly in a rapid way, but it still means that they're constantly code switching for themselves on a daily basis. And so what we're trying to do is measure through other ways. So the answer to your question is yes, we are trying to find other really reputable ways of measuring that. Particularly one thing that's happening in the state is gathering more of a narrative and a story of what that student's coming to the table with, understanding their entire background, where their language is starting, and utilizing that information to help guide us to determine if it's a gift or if this is part of more normalcy across what others are doing at that same point in their educational journeys, if that makes sense.
Great, thank you.
You're very welcome.
My second question is about ALPs. A criticism I hear from parents of gifted kids is that those aren't often as defined as maybe other plans. And there's a lot of feeling that, yeah, it's very vague, there's not a lot of action. What does your group do to try and provide really good guidance, or does your group work to provide guidance on how to create meaningful ALPs for students?
Okay, so I would definitely say that that varies across the state of Colorado. There's a lot of work that we're doing. Currently, we've just revised at the state level. We have revised that ALP guidance to better tighten up some of that concern that it's different across other areas. I think that any document is only as good as what actually happens with it. It's great to put something down on paper, but it's another to take action on it. And so we're really trying to make sure that there are components of it that are being met. And so as Dr. Foster mentioned, that we have monitoring that happens in the state. So we are looking at what ALPs are looking like across the state when we go in and do those reviews to ensure that there are things that are actually taking place rather than just creating the document. One of the things that I love in the state is that we're really trying to also help push, it's required that you have the parents involved in the development of the ALP, of the Advanced Learning Plan, as well as the student voice as much as possible. And I would say, as being a parent, that happens all the time. My child is actually the first one who gets talked to about their Advanced Learning Plan, and I get to be there as the follow-up support, which is great. But I know that that might not happen everywhere, and we're trying to make sure that it's consistent across the state. You're very welcome.
All right, colleagues, anything more? Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
And board members, up next, we'll have an opportunity for board members to report on previous or upcoming activities. Is anyone chomping at the bit to go first? Dr. Schroeder?
Yeah, I'm chomping. We didn't have board reports at the December meeting, so if I may, I'd like to kind of back up. Board Member Durham and I went to the Excel in Ed conference, which I'm still convinced may be the best conference that I get to go to. They just seem to hit on the areas that we are engaged in Colorado. That's just been very fortunate. So one of the speakers that I was really thrilled to hear from was Emily Hanford. She is, I think she's I'm not sure, but she may be a journalist, but she's the woman who wrote the articles about the science of teaching reading and the challenges that we have in this country that kids were not learning how to read. And she's done a number of podcasts, but I do remember reading her materials several years ago when this attention suddenly was directed to teaching teachers. Mississippi was doing their work, etc. She gave an excellent presentation of the history, but also how we're moving along. We're not there yet, right, but we're moving. One of the major topics was learning loss. I think the NAEP scores were still quite raw with they're well over 1,000 participants. We're still raw with the worry about what we're going to do with the drop in scores. So there was a presentation by his name is Andreas Schleiser, and he does the PISA work, and so he did an analysis of the recovery, the pandemic recovery around the world, which was also pretty interesting. It's not straight across. And the other study that we heard about, it wasn't a main speaker, it was a breakout, but it was about the cost of the pandemic, the future cost to our country of the learning loss in the pandemic. And this is an economist, Rick Hanuchuk, and he actually calculated state by state the expectation of the long-term economic loss if we don't find some way to recover. He actually puts dollar amounts to it, and he did a breakout for Colorado. It's pretty compelling information, and it's kind of a worry. We're working really hard. We have the resources right now to do, for example, the high impact tutoring, et cetera, but it's some question as to how far we're going to be able to go to actually get back to where we were before or even be better. So there were a lot of interesting things. A number of us attended the CASB conference, and I guess I'll point out that January is school board month. So for those of us who are very tied to school boards, or for all of us, I guess, this is the time to honor school board members. It's an interesting conference. Actually, my favorite presentation was the last one, which was about trust in organizations and how critical it was. Given some of the articles that we're reading about some of the challenges going on in school boards around the state, I thought it was really a very timely presentation about how organizational trust in a leader is just pretty darn critical in terms of what works in our school districts. Finally, I want to I think I'm extending an invitation for next Monday for the Martin Luther King ceremonies. I guess we're going to have a letter sent out to us. I know that Dr. Skarsgård knows about it, and I was invited, but the whole board is invited to participate in their ceremonies at 9 a.m. at the Martin Luther King Monument, which is near by City Park, but by East High School. Is that correct? There'll be a number of speakers, and they are very happy that we adopted the Martin Luther King curriculum and want to honor that we did that. So hope you will be able to attend. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Schroeder. Who would like to go next? If I don't get a volunteer, I'm going to jump in, and I warn you, I have 2 months' worth of stuff here, so here goes. I was delighted in November to attend Philos, a conference in Washington, D.C., and then I really appreciated the opportunity to meet with Dr. Zurkowski about cut scores. That was very helpful. I was able to attend the CASB convention in Colorado Springs, and that was great and really helpful. Lots of great information. I appreciated the opportunity to attend the JBC hearing and thank staff for their quality presentation there. Great job. I also met with some representatives from Co-Kids, Colorado, the dyslexia advocacy organization, and they put me through a dyslexia simulation, and it was stressful. And so there were a number of us, and it was meant to give us a feel for what it was like for dyslexic students trying to keep up with their peers on tasks where that condition makes it just much more difficult for them to get the job done. So that was really helpful, and I really appreciated it. I also met with Terry Lewis of CSI, and that was really helpful. I met with Dr. Loria to hear about a progress report from Adams 14, so I appreciate them taking the time to meet with me and talk with me about that at their invitation. I took the time to meet with CEA leaders about concerns and thoughts that they had. And I also appreciated the opportunity to meet with Dr. Hannaford and with Lisa Medler about the management partnership process, and to be able to ask questions and get feedback and kind of fill in some of the picture there. I'm looking forward to attending the SMART Act hearing. It was great to be able to go to the inauguration of the governor and some of our other state officials yesterday. That was a pleasure. I'm looking forward to the State of the State next week, and I'll be touring the Cherry Creek Elevation campus at their invitation coming up later this month, and I'm sure a lot of other things. So that's what I've been up to and what I will be up to, and now is anyone else ready to go forward with their report? Dr. Esser?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to thank Superintendent Godowski. He invited us to Horizon High School, their STEM, pardon? North Glen. I said that. I know I did. North Glen High School in their STEM program, and since been invited to do a problem-based learning session where kids present their learning in world history. So I thought that was very nice that they tried to match my background with that particular school. Also met with Dr. Luria from Adams 14. And then I've also been invited to two charter schools that have very high English learner populations, so that should be interesting to see how they're managing that and doing so well. So, and I've taken care of 2 twin grandbabies, all mine. So thank you, Madam Chair.
It's a busy time.
Yeah.
Board Member Plummer?
I'll jump in, and I'll just first say thank you for the warm welcome and how excited I am to be joining you. Today was very surreal, but it's exciting, and I know that we all share on this board just a common value of wanting to do what's best for kids, and I'm excited for the work ahead. So thank you. I want to thank all the staff for all the training that Director Solis and I have gone through. They've all answered our questions, and we've gotten really thorough presentations to help us get ready. There's a long way to go to fill the head, and I'm sure I'll never learn it all, but I appreciate everybody's extra time and care in making sure we get the information we need. Couple things. I have kind of dove in. Got a chance to go to Village High School. Mr. Cottonsteady, or Dr. Cottonsteady, arranged a meeting down there, so that was great to see that school. I went with Dr. Skarsica down there, and they have a really unique model, so that was really very good to learn about. Went with Dr. Esser to North Glen High School. Adams 12 is my home district, so I've been to North Glen millions of times, and I thought, oh, I don't need to do the tour. Well, every time you go somewhere, you see something new, and they got a huge grant, and they have this incredible piece of equipment where, now we're having trouble getting materials for dissection. So it's the simulated body, and you can see the different systems. You can see a diseased brain and a healthy brain, and kids can just explore using this really cool piece of equipment. And they also have focused a lot on 3D printing and technology. So it was fun to kind of see the evolution of a place that I'm familiar with, and just a reminder of, our schools are taking our kids places that we never got to go as students, and I would say that of, the Village High School, and so I think it's one of the best parts of this job, which is what I loved about being on the board, is that we get a front row seat and get to see that, and we get to report about it and talk about it, because I think what we need to do is celebrate all of the great things going on. I know there's issues, and we're here to problem solve, but we're also here to really talk about what's so wonderful about what's going on for our kids, and I'm excited to do that. I went to Casby for a day, which was wonderful, and also just trying to meet with different stakeholders. So met with Terry Croy Lewis from CSI and Dr. Luria as well, and just trying to get to know the various stakeholders and keep learning. So thanks so much for the opportunity and for the warm welcome.
And thank you, Board Member Plummer. And it occurs to me that I don't think I've yet lent my voice on the record to the chorus welcoming our new members, Kathy Plummer and Rhonda Solis, to the board. So a warm welcome from me as well. And we're thrilled that you're here and and looking forward to working with you. So Board Member Solis, would you like to go next?
Sure. So I'm not going to feel bad at all saying that after the campaign, I literally turned off. So I did not go to a lot of things. I did go to the legislative session in St. Vrain, though, and that was inspiring, the Innovation Center. And again, what Kathy had mentioned about kind of what our kids are involved in. They're making robots to do different things. They had a robot that will work directly with students with disabilities. And they had one example of a kiddo that has special needs and wasn't verbal at all the whole time that they had been in school, and for some reason felt totally comfortable speaking to a robot for the first time. So the things that are happening in our districts and in our schools are huge. I did want to take an opportunity just to kind of introduce myself and tell you a little bit about my story. I grew up in Greeley, graduated from Greeley West High School. I was one of those kiddos that did not want to be seen. I didn't join any sports. I didn't join any clubs. I just wanted to get through high school. Once I graduated, I was actually one of those kids afraid to go to college, and so I didn't. But I did go into the workforce, had a family, and just started to learn more about myself. Ended up taking a lot of different things that were available in the community as far as, the Citizens Academy, the Police Citizens Academy, did different training. I was a CASA for several years, and I've worked all this time and still am working. And so I bring a perspective that's a little bit different than what's on the board right now, but I can tell you there's lots of kids like me out there, and so I think it is important to have that lens on the board. I served on the Greeley-Evans School Board for 8 years. Very proud to say that we turned that district around. We ended up passing our first MLO and then also passing a bond to actually rebuild the high school that I was so quiet and didn't think I made an impact. And now there's a plaque in there that has my name on it. That's huge. So we've done a lot of work, and just to kind of tell you about our success, though, we as a community had really rallied together, even though we're very politically diverse. We came together to figure out how we can do better with our school district. We brought in Jamie Vollmer, who is an author about a book that districts can't do it alone. Then we also brought in another superintendent out of Miami-Dade to kind of talk to us about what he was doing. And then we had a group of community members from city council, school board members, commissioners, our business team, also some people within the district, and even our chamber. And we all took a trip together to Kalamazoo, Michigan, to figure out how they as a community did the Kalamazoo Promise. And that really set the pace of what was going to happen in Greeley. And that's when we ended up changing our superintendent and really rallying around our district, understanding that that district is the first place that sometimes a business will look to if they're going to move into your community and start a business. We know that sometimes our district is the first place that a family might go to see if they're going to actually move to your community, which affects our tax base, which affects our other businesses. And so it's all intertwined. And so for us, it was really, really important to get a different perspective of how we can do education and do it well and really support our kiddos. We do have a high population of kids in poverty, so the fact that we could all come together as community and really support our kids is huge. And we have a lot of those career pathways now to really introduce our kids to those jobs that are going to be out there tomorrow. We work closely with our business community to help us develop programs to make sure that we are developing our kids that are going to be ready for that world of tomorrow. And so I'm just really, really proud to be here representing all these different voices and lenses, and I look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Board Member Solis. Board Member Durham, would you like to go next?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also attended, as Dr. Schroeder mentioned, the Excellence in Education Convention, which was outstanding. And in addition to the programs, it is a great opportunity to meet others who are involved in the system. And I did happen to sit at a table with the superintendent of the school district that my granddaughter attends in Tucson, Arizona. And it was a fascinating discussion about the school, and I plan to tour that district here in the near future. So, but other than that, I had a nice, restful Christmas and family Christmas and very much enjoyed it.
Very nice. Dr. Skarzica?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I know right where Kalamazoo is, as us fellow Michiganders are from, and Grand Rapids also has that promise. And you talk about that. Actually, I was a foster child. The state of Michigan put me through college. They have some great programs there. And so even though I don't live there, I kind of owe something to Michigan. So it's shout out to my Michigander friends. So many of the same events I attended, others have mentioned. So I met with several stakeholders, including Adams 14, the JBC. We, at the governor's inauguration, he does the selfie. Now you got to look, because if you look straight ahead and in the back and blow it up, there we are. And I'm doing this. I'm not sure Dr. S, but we are famous. We are back there in that back row. And yeah. I went to CASB as well. I was on a panel at CASB, and it was about welcoming and transparent inclusion in schools, facilitated by Great Schools Thriving Community. That was a great opportunity. I was showcasing some of the standards work that had been done here, so it was kind of fun. I also went to the Village Site Visit, which is a blended learning school down in Colorado Springs, and it's a very different model than a typical blended learning school. And the objective was to try to experience, even from the view of not just programming, but of funding and some of the issues and questions that continue to come up about online and how this school would fit in, and how they account for student learning, and the students are doing some flipped classroom work. It was a very interesting visit, and I think it helps broaden your kind of horizon of what could be. The other interesting thing I did was, there is a program, Denver Public Schools has the Parent-Teacher Home Visit Program that you may be aware of. This year they're targeting 9,000 home visits. I don't know if your kids are there yet, all right. So I happened to be in the ad building, and the superintendent was on a national panel, I think, for home visits. He sees me, grabs me, and he says, "You don't mind if I commit you, do you?" I said, "Oh, sure, no, I would commit me to what?" So he pulls me into this panel, and I committed to doing a home visit with the superintendent. So I thought, sure, that's easy enough. Well, they do all the work, they do all the scheduling. But it was fabulous. We went down to a home in southwest Denver, Spanish-speaking family. Teachers were fully bilingual. Child attends a dual language program. And it was just fascinating to hear the teachers talk about the student. She was a 4th grade student, but the questions the parent would ask. And when the superintendent asked, I don't know if I should share this, but it's pretty funny, asked where, it's a little early, but where might you be sending your child to middle school? And the parent said, oh, I think in Jeffco. And then she went on to explain, I live on the border, I want an arts-focused program. She knew, and my child is arts-focused, I think there's a school here. So that has to do with school choice and what could happen. But it's all videotaped in case you want to look at the surprise on our faces when she said that. And he did come back and say, I hope I can convince you and find a place for you to stay here with that. So credit to the program, and it kind of ties in because I'm the liaison to the Parent Advisory Committee for Parent Involvement, Advisory Committee for Parent Involvement. And we had our quarterly meeting. Colorado really is a leader in the nation around parent involvement. And our staff is often, the materials they produce are often used and incorporated at a national level, and they get kudos all of the time. So I think at some point we'll have them come in as well and give a brief presentation on some of that, especially around national standards, which I was not aware they were. So that's it. I look forward to Monday. As Dr. Schroeder said, I think we are all invited to be kind of like co-marshals in this Martin Luther King parade, and then Tuesday to the State of the State.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Skarsika. Dr. Sheffel?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I also enjoyed CASB, albeit briefly. Went to Dr. Cobb's session. I thought he answered questions from the floor very well about the READ Act, and also a dyslexia presentation that followed that. Also met with Joyce Zerkowski on the cut scores, the CMAS that we considered last time. And then finally continuing to work with the National Council on Teacher Quality to look at the importance of content and teachers' prep standards and what's the impact of that, what does that look like, and also just had a restful holiday, so thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Sheffel. The board will now hold afternoon public comment. It's my understanding that we do have a sign up. Each individual is limited to 3 minutes, and Ms. Maramba will let you know when your time is up. I went over the guidelines for public comment this morning, but I'll quickly go over the ones that pertain to afternoon public comment for anyone who was not here. I will call speakers in the order of their registration. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Time will be monitored by staff using a timer. When the time expires, the speaker is permitted to complete the sentence but should make no further remarks. At the chair's discretion, comment may be closed and reopened at a later time or a date to be announced. Public comment submissions may not be related to personnel matters or quasi-judicial issues pending before the board, matters related to accountability clock hearings or charter school appeals. I do reserve the right to limit the time available for public comment. Written public comment is an option available and is not subject to the same time and location constraints. Any written public comment that is submitted via email will be uploaded to board docs. All board meetings are recorded. Those recordings are available on the state board website as part of the permanent public record. Signs, banners, and other distracting items are not allowed in the board meetings. Staff will ask you to leave materials outside the room where you may be asked to leave. All speakers and those in attendance shall conduct themselves in a non-disruptive manner. Cheering, snapping, clapping, and other distractions are not allowed during or upon completion of any public comment. State board members do not respond to public comments during this segment of the board meeting. And in terms of signups, we have one person, Brett DeBerry from Advocates for District 20 Kids. Did I get that right?
Dayberry.
Oh, Dayberry.
Yes, Advocates.
I beg your pardon. Come on up and we'll hear your comment.
My name is Brett Dayberry with Advocates for D20 Kids. My question is this: what happens if a biological boy in a Colorado school enters the showers with your daughter or granddaughter? I'll give you 10 seconds to think about that. What did you think about during these uncomfortable 10 seconds? Did you say to yourself, I'm sure glad we're standing up for transgender rights? Or did you wonder if that boy would be charged with indecent exposure? Did you ponder what absolute fear and confusion must be going through the mind of my daughter or granddaughter? Or, on a stomach-churning note, did you envision very specifically and graphically what that biological boy could be doing to your daughter or granddaughter? As a grandparent, I've been driven to find an answer to this question that I've posed to you. I've met with our high school principal, our superintendent, face-to-face with each of our local 5 board members, among others. Unfortunately, the consensus response was, our hands are tied by the state. And here's the guidebook that we must follow. This is the guidebook that they provided me. It's entitled Guidance for Educators Working with Transgender and Gender Nonconforming Students. Nowhere in this 8-page document does it even remotely discuss the expectations of privacy and protection afforded those students who are not transgender. What this document does state, though, is this. All covered entities shall allow individuals the use of gender-segregated facilities that are consistent with their gender identity. Gender-segregated facilities include, but are not limited to, restrooms, locker rooms, dressing rooms, and dormitories. This effectively says that the biological boy who self-identifies as a girl can go to the bathroom with the girls, shower with the girls, dress with the girls, and yes, sleep with the girls. I've continued to research this topic. What I've been readily able to find are various rights and protections provided to the transgender student. What I have not been able to find is anything at all, that specifically speaks to the rights and protections afforded to the student who is not transgender. To some, this bathroom locker room issue is a very complicated one. It is thought to be a political issue. It is thought to be a social issue. You know, I'm simply a concerned grandpa trying to look out for my granddaughters. Is it too much to ask for them to have the expectation of privacy and protection while in the shower at school? To me, this is an issue, a very simple one. It's a privacy issue and it's a safety issue. Now's the time to stand up and protect our students. I call on this state board to do better.
All right. And I don't see any other signups for public comment. Do we have any other folks who wish to address the board? Seeing none, we will stand in adjournment until 9:30 a.m.
Madam Chair.
Oh, I beg your pardon?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I add a comment as you are ending the meeting?
Yes.
Which is that I've received an email. We've all been inside and haven't seen anything outside. Apparently, Highway 36 is closed at Broomfield. I'm actually not aware of what else out there, but the suggestion that was made to me was that we should all check the roads.
Oh, very good. Thank you, Dr. Schroeder. That's a good thought. So we will check the roads before planning our drive home. And if there's no further business, the State Board of Education will continue tomorrow at January 12th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you.